Good evening. I would like to call the July 14th, 2025 City Council closed session to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through a live stream on the city's website, and I want to remind the council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Clark.
Present.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the closed session agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A report of closed session will occur after the deliberations.
telling me. I know they're doing something. We're good to go. We're ready, Mayor.
Good evening. I would like to call the July 14th, 2025 City Council special meeting to order. I want to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Clark.
Present.
Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
We will move to the city attorney's report from closed session. City Attorney, can we get a report out?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There's no reportable action out of this evening's closed session.
Thank you. We will now move to communications from the public. We took out the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I skipped that part. Sorry, you guys. I'm very patriotic, too. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Councilmember Clark, would you lead us?
Hats off, please. 1, 2, 3.
Now we will move to communications from the public. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. For those that wish to join by Zoom, you will be asked to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comments for items listed on the agenda.
Mayor, the only public comments we have are for items on the public hearing item.
Thank you. We will now move on to the public hearings. Is this right?
Yes.
Okay. I was told I have a new script here, so I'm looking at it. So, okay. The City Council's procedures for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor or in opposition to the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed, and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. The public will not have an opportunity to respond. Discussion will be brought back to the City Council for direction or action. Can we get a report from staff on item 13A?
Good evening.
Monique, we're doing the streetlight maintenance districts first.
Oh,
Is that-
excuse me.
is that
Pardon
you?
me. That's right. Thank you.
You can do the staff report.
Saved by the day. Saved by Noah.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Noah Rao, Public Works Director for 13A. No PowerPoint for this. This is just a brief verbal presentation. A few weeks ago, on June 24th, the City Council approved resolutions that initiated proceedings for annual levy of assessments, ordered the preparation of the annual engineer's report, and declared its intention to levy and collect fiscal year 2025-2026 assessments for the landscape and streetlight maintenance districts. Public Works staff, along with finance staff and our assessment district consultant, Harrison Associates, have prepared the necessary budgets for this fiscal year maintenance and set the levies accordingly within the allowable parameters. This item before you this evening is to conduct a public hearing to take any testimony regarding the fiscal year 2025-2026 engineers reports and the levy and collection of assessments for the existing landscape and street lighting maintenance districts. Following the public hearing, staff is recommending the approval of the engineers' reports and that the levy and collection of assessments be ordered for these existing maintenance districts. I know our consultant from Harris & Associates is here, but he's probably looking for parking. But that concludes my brief report, Mayor. I'll turn it back over to you for consideration.
Thank you for your report. So I can recuse myself later.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers for this item.
I will now close the public hearing. I will now bring the discussion back for City Council deliberations. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
I need to recuse myself from this.
We have a recusal noted for Councilmember Males for the Seven Hills District, and we have a recusal noted for the mayor as to the Heartland District. And so
Yes.
those recusals as to those districts only will be noted on the resolution.
Any other further comments? Can I have a motion to approve the item?
I will move staff recommendation.
And a second?
Second it.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Krupa. Did I hear that correctly? And a second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Yes?
It'd be yes with the recusal noted.
With a recusal.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes, with recusal noted.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move to our next public hearing, item 13B. Can we get a presentation from the staff on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the community. I'm Monique Alanis Flater. This is a public hearing for the adoption of Ordinance 2058, amending portions of Chapter 90 to permit reduction and relocation of existing static outdoor advertising display. This is a renotice hearing. It is respectfully requested that the council continue this item to the August 12th, 2025 City Council meeting to allow the ad hoc committee additional time to provide recommendations related to Ordinance 2058.
Thank you for your presentation.
Monique, do you need them to open the public hearing and continue it, or are you renoticing it for the August date?
This would be a continuation.
Okay, so Mayor, I'd recommend that you open the public hearing and then continue it to the date requested by staff, August 12th.
I will now proceed with the public hearing. We will ask that this be continued to the August 12th regular meeting. May I have a motion for this?
Good.
I will move staff recommendation to continue this to the August 12th, 2025 meeting.
I second that.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Krupa, a second by Councilmember Lodge. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes to continue this item. 5-0.
We will now move to our next public hearing, item 13C. Can we get a presentation from the staff on this item?
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the community. My name is Monique Alanis Flater, Community Development Director. Tonight is a public hearing, and this is a renotice public hearing for General Plan Amendment 2022-90, Conditional Use Permit 2022, Tentative Parcel Map 38800. And and building height exception for the Newland Simpson warehouse project. The owner is HSL Hemet Land LLC, and the applicant is Newland Capital Group. At the May 13th, 2025 City Council meeting, the council considered a resolution to deny certification of the final environmental impact report and to deny approval of the general plan amendment, conditional use permit, and tentative parcel map, accompanied with a variance and building height exception, collectively the project. The alternative option was presented to allow the applicant opportunity to submit an amended version of the project as provided in the applicant's letter of May 6, 2025 to the City Council. The council directed the city clerk to schedule a duly noticed public hearing at the next available City Council meeting to consider the amended project. On July 3rd, 2025, the city gave public advertising in the press enterprise and mailing to property owners and tenants within 500 feet of the property, parcel boundaries, and interested stakeholders prior to the holding of a public hearing this evening. The project encompasses approximately 74.88 gross acres. The project site is comprised of 2 parcels identified that are located southwest and southeast of the intersection of Warren Road, Simpson Road, and north of Domenigoni Parkway. Surrounding land uses include vacant land to the north, Salt Creek Channel to the south and east, and Model Masters Air Park vacant land to the west. The zoning of the property is business park. The general plan is mixed use area 4 at the general plan. The previous project included buildings 1 and 2 for high cube warehousing totaling 1.1 million square feet, ancillary trailer parking, tentative parcel map parking, variance, and building height exception. The amended project before you includes 884,760 square feet of high cube warehouse building, including 9,000 square feet of office space, 938 auto parking stalls, on-site landscaping, truck trailer parking stalls within the site, and dock doors. The amended project eliminates the previously proposed 309,338 square foot building 2 and 8.9 acre trailer storage lot, and limits development of the warehouse building improvement to parcel 1 on 44.23 net acres with a total floor area ratio of 47%. The project also eliminates the previously proposed parking variance. There is no on-site development proposed for parcel 2 and 3 within this application. The applicant is also requesting the building height exception. But just to clarify, as part of the tentative parcel map, the project also includes off-site infrastructure improvements along Simpson Road and Warren Road, including the roadway widening, installation of sidewalks, parkway landscaping, and installation of new sewer lines as previously proposed. Additionally, the project includes the tentative parcel map, a total of 3 parcels. Parcel 1 includes a general plan amendment to the land use element of mixed use to business park for consistency with the current zoning designation of business park on the property. Parcels 2 and 3 are not included with the general plan amendment and are proposed to remain as mixed use. The developer is providing, as part of this application, full-width street improvements on Simpson Avenue in lieu of standard half-width improvements at the project's sole cost, applicable to the city's existing public right-of-way. The project is located within the Southwest Hemet Master Drainage Plan, Line J, and it is located in the westerly portion of the site. Lateral B immediately adjacent to the project site within Simpson Road and line I at the easterly boundary of the project site. Riverside County Flood Control has approved this with conditions, and it has also asked that we incorporate in the condition of approval to include in condition number 87 to also include the facilitation and construction with the connection to Salt Creek. In this slide, it illustrates that the applicant is also proposing the rehabilitation of 1,000 linear feet of road rehabilitation to the east of the project site on Simpson Road, as well as to the west of the project site. The minimum road rehabilitation would be grind and overlay, and half-width paving plus 20 on the north side. This slide represents a 20-foot right-of-way dedication with pavement along with pavement and dedication. The applicant will maintain roadway until turned over to the city, and will allow for a future dedication of El Fuego Road on the west side of the project. The applicant is contributing $75,000 towards a signal synchronization study for 2-mile radius surrounding the project. The applicant is either constructing or funding 1,000 linear feet of pedestrian trail along the Salt Creek Trail. Other community benefits that are being proposed by the applicant include the developer to fund the Welcome to City of Hemet monument sign, either payment of construction or construction prior to occupancy, also including donation of $50,000 to the city relating to the study of the Domenigoni Parkway median project, as well as the developer will schedule and host a job fair. They have redesigned the architectural plans as they will present this evening, and the developer is proposing to donate or construct $50,000 of artwork that will celebrate the city of Hemet's culture and history. I'm just going to briefly go through these slides. I'm sure the applicant has this evening some additional slides to show, but this is the revised architectural elevation showing the southwest elevation. This is the north facing rendering view as facing from Domenigoni Parkway. This is the southwest view at the corner of Simpson and Warren Road. Now, the streetscape landscaping is not illustrated in this on purpose to allow the council and the community to see the perspective of where the building is located. Now, here in the next slide, you will see with the landscaping what that intersection would look like at maturity. At the April 8th hearing, based on the previous project proposal, the City Council found that the economic benefits did not outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts, and that the statement of overriding considerations was not quantified or justified. The concerns raised were that the identified adverse environmental impacts are substantial, that there is no feasible mitigation for 4 critical impact areas. The project, the previous project was inconsistent with the general plan land use vision, and the applicant had at that time rejected reduced scale alternatives that could have been potentially lessened environmental impacts, as well as concerns for traffic and impacts on the roads. At that meeting, it was continued directing staff to prepare a resolution for denial of the project, and that at the May 13th meeting, it was continued to May 13th. The applicant provided the amended project proposal, and at that meeting, the council directed staff to bring back forth with a renotice public hearing to consider the project alternative. So as part of the amended project alternative and developments in terms of the CEQA documents, they did provide a memorandum of CEQA memorandum of consistency. They did include a memorandum for traffic impact analysis, as well as a greenhouse gas emissions analysis, including a revised fiscal impact and economic benefits analysis, which will be discussed momentarily. The reports concluded that the reduced project would not result in a substantial increase in the severity of the previously identified environmental impact, EIR, that would not be mitigated, or other circumstances requiring recirculation pursuant to CEQA guidelines. So in the reports that were prepared, it was found that there were fewer daily trips generated. There was a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. There are expanded views of Domenigoni Mountains with the elimination of the second building, as well as reduced ground disturbance. Because the draft EIR identified unavoidable adverse impacts that could not be mitigated below the level of significance, findings of facts and a statement of overriding considerations are required. CEQA requires that the lead agency balance the benefits of a proposed action against its significant unavoidable adverse environmental impacts in determining whether or not to approve the proposed project in making this determination. So as provided in the revised findings and statement of overriding consideration, the applicant has confirmed that the proposed development would create 902 jobs during construction and 54.26 million in annual labor income. After construction, the development would create 1,253 jobs on an annual basis and 74.55 million in annual labor income. That the project would provide new employment opportunities for people living in Hemet. The project would contribute 1.2 million in one-time site development impact fees and 2.2 million in building development impact fees. A total of 12.1 million in off-site improvements and street improvements are included and packaged with this proposal. The project would improve jobs housing balance in the city of Hemet. The project would implement roadway and pedestrian improvements that would be a catalyst to future pedestrian improvements, and that the project would be with an employment center near a housing rich area. With that, this concludes my presentation. In the staff report, the council was provided with 3 alternatives to approve the project, deny the project, or provide alternative direction to staff. The applicant is also here this evening. We'll have a presentation for you. This concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions the best I can.
Do we want to take comments now, or do we want to hear the applicant's presentation?
So we would call the applicant first,
Yeah.
Mayor. We'd open the public hearing and call the applicant.
Thank you for your staff presentation, by the way. We will now need to receive a presentation from the applicant's team.
Tom Donahue with Newland Capital Group, and thank you for inviting us back. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, thank you for the continuation last time. We are, as Monique mentioned, we rejected alternates last council meeting. We reconsidered, and by looking at the project through the eyes of Hemet and what the needs of the city of Hemet are, we've come back with a 40% reduction in the project. CEQA stays the same. The environmental impact report stays the same. It is our project that is just being reduced by 40%. We have also eliminated all truck and industrial warehousing at the intersection of Warren and Simpson. So the compromise here is that a building the size of Kirby would be placed nearly 800 to 900 feet away from that intersection. And the idea is that as the city and the residents have started driving by Kirby as it's been built, the view off of Dominigoni would be about the same as Acacia. So if you're driving up and down Acacia lately, and you'll notice that you come across two warehouses. One is Kirby and one is Lowe's. And I believe that the residents have started to accommodate the idea that Kirby is there. It looks better. And when I say it looks better, the Kirby project, when you do a before and after picture, it was a vacant piece of land off of a roadway that wasn't improved. And so today the experience from the residents is that the residents drive up and down Acacia and they get a feeling that there is development there. But the city has noticed that Kirby is generating less response, less complaints, because it's become part of the community. To mention the community, that's where the job fair comes. And when we talk about the statement of overriding consideration and what your what the council has in front of them, again, the council is 10 months in, and I personally have been working on the project for about 8 months with Planning Commission and City Council. The project is very different from what it was originally designed as. We've reduced it by 40%. We've increased the community benefits by $3 million. We have heard each planning commissioner and city councilor's concerns. We've heard the residents' concerns, those that are behind us. There's actually two groups in this community that are, and this is where the statement of overriding considerations comes for the 5 of you tonight, which is you have a contingent of residents that are not appreciative of warehouses. And I believe through the job fair where 1,200 prospective employees lined up around this library for 5 hours to fill out an application to work at the Kirby project, I believe the city of Hemet needs jobs. It's the start of the economy. It is the start of your commerce, and it is what we have noticed from the majority of Hemet residents. And so I would like to offer up the Simpson project redone, reimagined to a single building. It's the same size as Kirby. It'll be done the same way. It'll look about the same from the viewpoint of Acacia or Dominigoni. With the 40% reduction, we've addressed each of the 3 major concerns, which is noise, traffic, and greenhouse gases. All of those items are reduced by 40% across the board by the reduction of the industrial site. One myth I'd like to try to bust right now is the amount of truck traffic. So if you do the math, we were 80 trucks a day before. You multiply that by 0.6, you get 48 trucks a day. Round up to 50, or keep it at 48. That's 2 an hour. So I think there was a misconception of how much truck traffic that this warehouse is going to bring. It's 2 an hour as far as it goes. And that's per the environmental impact report, per CEQA. Those are standard traffic, TCI. We have a traffic consultant here, so we can answer more questions, but 2 an hour. There is a second myth that I would like to discuss, greenhouse gases. And 72% of Hemet residents currently leave the city to go to their jobs. That is 72% of your residents that are driving away to a location unknown, but we think it's Fontana, Rialto, Ontario, even San Diego warehouses are receiving Hemet residents on a daily basis. Those residents, whether it's 50 miles each way or 100 miles each way, are putting greenhouse gases through their car into the environment. They're leaving every single day. This is something CEQA doesn't let us study. We do not get to do minus greenhouse gases for cars that stay local. The Kirby project is somewhere around 500 to 800 jobs, 900 if you're talking about seasonal. Those are 500 to 900 cars that are not driving out of your city on a daily basis. Those are fumes not getting put in the air. CEQA doesn't allow us to reduce the volume of greenhouse gases, but that is a true fact that we will be less greenhouse gases because your residents will be staying closer to home. Which brings me to the last point here. I really appreciate the city of Hemet. I love coming here. I like, I'm an ultra marathoner, so I run through over the Saddleback Mountains. I've gone to the Arizona border, so Hemet was part of my travels. This city and its residents are looking for jobs. They're looking for ways to stay close to home. I believe that's the constituency that needs to hear the loudest today is the folks that want to stay here, spend their money here, work here, not commute to the previously aforementioned sites. That's the developer's version, and I know you'll hear from both residents, constituents from anti and pro warehouse, pro jobs, and such. So that's what I have for you. I'd like to bring up Jeremy from EPD Solutions. He's going to go through the presentation one more time. There's a lot of new people for speaker cards tonight, and they should know what the project's about. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy Crowd, EPD. And if you don't mind, we get perfect, on cue. This is a presentation that was given slightly modified from the last council meeting, but I first just want to say thank you to council for the time this evening to listen. Wanted to also thank Monique for a great presentation. She took my thunder and probably covered a lot of my slides, which is fortunate for you. You don't have to hear me speak as long this time. And I'll do my overview, then my understanding is the property owner is going to come up and give some overview of the remaining parcels, a conceptual idea what to do with the remaining, since that's probably a question at hand when you reduce the project site. So I'm going to go through the presentation, and just as a reminder for those, I heard some people may not have been around for part of the summer or part of the last number of months and may not have heard much about the project, so I'll do a quick intro and speak to, I think, what Tom also said, which is this is a build-to-suit project. It is a building that is built for a tenant, and so the known entity is, the fact that there is a known entity is important, that they've considered the jobs for this area, they've considered investment in the community, and they've considered how many people could be on the site. And so that tenant is Rialto Distribution on there, and they do provide distribution services for a number of companies, retailers that probably all of us are very familiar with, that you see on the screen. And it's important to consider throughout this presentation. And so we talked about the site. I don't need to go into specifics unless there's some questions that you have on it, but it does obviously reduce in size in terms of the development area. Monique mentioned that there is still a parcel map that's addressing parcel configurations to accommodate the planned or the proposed development. And that site, obviously in the building plan that's shown there, is there. And I'll just note on this that this does not show that offsite infrastructure and improvements that was mentioned. I have that on a later slide. This is that comparison of the prior project that was before you and the commission previously, and then the proposed project, which is the reduced area, reduced development to one building that's shown on the screen. And then landscaping is, as far as landscaping is concerned, again, just to hit home the point that this building obviously is encompassing one parcel of those three that's proposed, and within that parcel there is planned landscaping around it, the building and the parking area to screen the facility and the parking area from the surrounding streets and views. But in addition to that, the plan, as Tom mentioned, or Monique, I should say, had a slide like this showing the landscaping that is planned along the streetways, the streets that are surrounding Simpson and Warren, with the planned widening of the streets that is proposed still to have the landscaping installed along that stretch. Monique did a great job in going through the benefits. I'll note that despite the project size reducing, the benefits have not changed as far as reducing in comparison or in proration. It is remaining the same. I don't need to go through each of them, but I do want to mention that this was the increase from Planning Commission to Council that was proposed, and again, there was no reduction subsequent to that council meeting previously, and the reduction in the park or the building area. So it does have all the elements that Monique mentioned in her presentation. And obviously this is the slide I mentioned where the infrastructure is still planned beyond the project site boundaries. That's been accommodated in the area of the building, in the area of the project area, in the EIR that was analyzed as well, that addressed these improvements. And I'll note that that's all considered in the air quality analyses and the storm drain analysis and all the other elements of the project. So that was considered in here. And as far as the benefits, back to the jobs, yes, about 859 permanent annual jobs are planned. That's, again, for the one building. This is not including that building that was removed or the parking area that was on the other side of the street. That's for the one building. The jobs there, they have jobs in various levels that are not just at the warehouse level, but also administrative level and other elements to ensure that the building is maintained and that there's operations there on an ongoing basis. And that's, of course, excluding the 600 or so union construction jobs that are planned on the site. And I think that was a question at the last council meeting to confirm that union jobs are planned on the site, and yes, they are. And Tom did mention the warehouse fair, job fair, Kirby Warehouse Job Fair that was held on April 24th. Some images of that fair that occurred here. And obviously it was during the daytime, which is not always easy to get everybody out who may have existing jobs, but obviously they've kept the applications open, or the receipt of applications open since then, so more people have applied since then. And then as far as the economic benefits, you heard from Monique as well, the benefits that are planned or that would occur based on the analysis that was done, and this was adjusted for the reduced building area, still a sizable impact from an economic standpoint, jobs being significant at the levels that we're seeing here, and then from the total annual income being generated of over 72 million on an indirect basis as well, that has a number of elements that are considered. I won't go into the details just to, again, save some time, but one of the preparers of the report is in the audience here who can speak to that if there are specific questions about it. And the other element of the community benefits that's not considered there is really is related to the impact fees and the fees that go to the city as a result of the project that not always, I guess, in mind when you think of a industrial or project like this. That, why does that affect the school district? There is a determination that school fees still need to be paid for those, so that would still go in to the city, and then ultimately to the school district to pay for the school system in terms of upgrades and other elements that may be needed in the future. So in total, there's about 2.2 in impact fees, and then 2 million to the school district as well. On air quality, so these are Tom already mentioned some of the CEQA-related analyses that occurred. So in looking at the reduced project area, obviously, and maybe logically, you'd think, okay, well, what does that do? It would reduce all of the impacts that were analyzed in the EIR and is required under the California Environmental Quality Act. Those impacts, I have a couple slides about. I'll mention them briefly on each of them, but I do want to mention, because this came up at the last council meeting, some concern about impacts and significant impacts that may be a result of the project based on the analysis. And I'll note that the city general plan, the one that was prepared last for the city, an EIR, Environmental Impact Report, was prepared for that general plan. That general plan EIR did have significant unavoidable impacts in that EIR. So the city, when they prepared the city general plan and the blueprint for the build out of the city, that EIR identified significant impacts in the areas of air quality, noise, traffic, agricultural resources. Did I say noise already? And noise and GHG. So there were a number of impacts, and utilities as well. So there are a number of impacts that the city, in looking at their build out of the general plan, would cause significant impacts. This project actually, as a result of the proposed building that's being planned, would have significant impacts, but less than what the general plan says. And those, as Tom mentioned, are the areas of agricultural resources, greenhouse gas, noise, and VMT, traffic. So since the general plan EIR was prepared, the way that traffic analysis is done, it shifted away from the level of service to VMT, vehicle miles traveled. Those 4 impact areas remain, again, similar to what the city's general plan had, less than what was required, what was identified. And each of those, I'll note that any project, even a conceptual project that could occur that's pursuant to the current general plan, would have the same environmental impacts. They are very hard to avoid because of the nature of what those impacts are and where we live in this valley, in this area, relative to traffic and all the areas I mentioned. So, but specific to air quality, I'll just quickly touch on this. There was no significant impact in this area, and based on the air quality management district thresholds, none of those thresholds were met, either in the prior project or this current project. I will note that the project area obviously reduced, which pulled the buildings away from the development area, away from existing homes. So that is a benefit in terms of reduction in proximity or increase in the distance to limit that proximity to residents. But still, again, there is no significant impact in air quality. Noise, similarly, but in this case there was an impact, and just to note on what it was about, it was related to project traffic that would go up Warren, and Warren Avenue is already has a significant amount of, or a substantial amount of traffic, and there is a certain lane width that's out there today, and the traffic that goes along that road has road noise. The project itself has an increase in that noise. It results in an increase in that traffic noise, but it's at a level that's less than 3 dBA, which is decibels, which is something that's imperceptible. That decibel level is imperceptible, and any project in this area of decent size would likely have a similar impact. Again, the project would have a similar. The project does have the same impact, and noise is one that's already identified in the general plan as a significant unavoidable impact. Truck traffic, we heard there is a reduction in truck traffic, which we identified here and is included in the memo that is before you. There is an update to those numbers in the memo. Won't go into the details there unless it's needed, but there is obviously a reduction in truck traffic and overall traffic as well. But VMT, vehicle miles traveled, which is relationship to demographics and where the pulls and pushes are from demographics perspective, that still has an impact, significant impact as a result of the project. And again, I will restate that any project in this area, and in fact, much of the city, we looked at the map of the city in terms of how the vehicle miles traveled is analyzed, and much of the city you'd have significant impacts because of the nature of where it's located and the imbalance of jobs and housing. And this is, again, based on county level data, Riverside County level, and the county model that we have to use in our analysis. So on the community legacy part, I just note that what you heard already, that this is a different type of project than many that we see. It does have a project or a tenant and a tenant that's ready to build and have workers here. We did analyze their use and their type of, I guess, both tenants or employees and the project impacts and the analysis behind it, as well as the economic benefit. And all of that has been considered here and presented to you to result in what we believe is a sound analysis of the project. So I will leave it there with if you have any questions of me, but otherwise I'd ask that the property owner comes up to talk about, again, conceptualization of what could occur with the remaining parcels that once you remove the truck parking lot on the other side of Warren, and then also where building 2 was located. And so he has an overview of what that could look like.
Thank you for your presentation. Council, do you have any comments before we begin public
I have a question,
comments?
if I can ask a question. Okay. On the Kirby warehouse, how many Hemet residents were hired for that warehouse?
So for the Kirby warehouse, jobs are not started yet because of Southern California Edison and Riverside County flood agencies are delayed. The building is done.
You had your job fair.
We're looking at, so at the job fair, we are currently talking to somewhere between 100 to 200 applicants already. I wouldn't be able to talk to specifics on ratio, but I know that they are doing their best to hire Hemet residents so that they're close. And can I just speak to the jobs and why Rialto Distribution came to Hemet? In a few walks with the council members through the Kirby project, there is a curiosity to the constituents and the council members as to why Rialto Distribution selected Hemet. It is for the labor pool. They're
Excuse me.
Mayor?
Every person who's at this podium has a right to speak and not be interrupted and not be disturbed. Thank you.
Rialto Distribution currently has a 1 million square foot warehouse in Rialto. On a daily basis, their employees are poached by adjacent Amazon, Walmart, and other high-end warehouses next door, and they are spending a huge amount of money retraining their workforce. Every day, employees leave, and they have to be retrained. Rialto Distribution went through the process of finding out where their employees were coming from. They found that their employees were coming from Hemet. They're coming from this valley. The 72% of your residents leaving are going to the Inland Empire for jobs. Rialto Distribution is chasing your employees back home. That is why they're here. So when you ask about what percentage of Hemet residents they're hiring, I don't know, but Councilmember Males, that's why they're here, to hire local residents for that warehouse.
Well, some of these people here don't realize that our demographics are changing. Our median household now, I believe, is 39.7 years, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. And so we have a lot of young families here. A lot of people have moved in over the 10-year period, 20-year period. And so the demographics have changed. And yes, we do have young families here. That's why we put a skate park in, because of the kids. Instead of skating in the stores or, on the streets or in the mall, we gave them something that they can go to and skate. So we know that the demographics are changing. So you're not really sure then. How many did you have apply from Hemet? Do you recall that?
I believe your economic development representative could answer this better. But
Okay.
if I was Maybe Ben can come speak
Yeah,
to that
he's on his way-
with
he's
more
on his way right-
accuracy.
And the only reason I'm asking, because I want everyone to know how many people applied for the Acacia, or the Kirby and Acacia warehouse.
Yes, sir.
Hi there, good evening, council. Just to answer that question, we had overall close to 1,100 candidates apply, join us here for the 6-hour job fair. Overall, we had over 800 applicants apply from the city of Hemet and about 200 or so from the adjacent city. Less than 5% were out of our purview in our valley.
And the adjacent city would be San Jacinto.
That is correct,
Okay.
council member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get my presentation up? Thank you so much. Madam Mayor, honorable council members, first of all, Greg Lansing, Lansing Company is the property owner surrounding this and including this. First of all, thank you so much for entertaining this on a special session. Obviously, it's a big deal, right? It's a lot going on here. Before I start talking about this, I'd like to turn around and ask the folks who support this project, want to work in this project, want to help build this project, if you could please all stand up for a minute. All of our supporters, all of our folks who want to work
Hey,
there.
you were
Yeah. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lansing, please direct your comments to the council.
Thank you. Well, I felt that was significant because a lot of these folks have kids they have to take home soon. A lot of them have to get up at 4 a.m. and work. So if we lose some of those folks, I just wanted the council to understand the significance of the support that we have here tonight. Any event, we'll go through this real quickly. If we go, do I have the, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so if you look at the map up here, I own the properties that are in the various colors. The yellow is the remainder of it's about 250 acres. It's the remainder of the Rancho Diamante specific plan. I won't dwell on it, but as you know, I'm the original developer of that. I came out here and made significant investments. I turned that project into something that was really unpleasant at the time. We turned it into a lot of projects that were proposed that weren't as beautiful as what we have. So we're looking to do something similar on that yellow as to Solara and the rest of Rancho Diamante, traditional housing, traditional lots, that type of thing. And then the area in green below where Lennar just built, and we sold the property to Lennar, by the way. We're looking to do some single-family detached as well, but a little smaller lot, a little higher density, a little more affordable if possible. So that will be forthcoming in the next 9 months or so, or 6 months. And then the properties on the other side of the canal, that's to be determined. They're residential right now. The property in question, you see the yellow, that's where the Newland project is proposed to go now with the revisions that we're talking about. The blue is both sides of Simpson and Warren, or both sides of Warren south of Simpson. We are looking at that for future retail, hotel. We have some fast food that like to go there, but we want it to be really kind of neat, right? Because I own 500 acres. I don't want to do something that's going to look bad there. And I really appreciate the Newland folks working with us and the Rialto Pacific to make this project a much better project than it was a couple months ago. And that's important to me. My name is out here. I've been here 25 years. I've been developing out here longer than most of the folks who have lived here. And that's not disrespectful. It's just a fact. I've invested tens and tens of millions of dollars of my own capital, not New York money, my capital. So it's important to me. And to be honest, I find it a little sad. Coming out here, I went and got gas at Florida and Warren, and there had to be 15, 20 homeless folks. It broke my heart. Are they going to work in this factory? Maybe, maybe not, but you got to start somewhere. And working with the folks to get jobs is a big part of it. And I'll move on to the next slide. This is the zoning, as you know, business park. The project in question is consistent with the zoning. The general plan we know is mixed use. I just show this because I think it's really significant. A lot of folks here are concerned this is going to become Paris and have 300 warehouses. It's not possible. You have basically 3 sites that could accommodate any building like this in the whole city, and they're over by the very west end, the blue and purple, and most of the blue and purple are under the flight pattern, so those are fairly undevelopable as well. Again, this is kind of just showing Highway 79 that's going to come through over the next number of years, creating better traffic patterns for the whole valley. Again, just showing proximity to the other parcels. This was the old plan, as we've all seen. This is more or less the new plan. The warehouse on the left, the business park / retail. We really want to attract some really neat retail. I think it's significant to also mention that portion between the industrial building and Warren is about 18 acres. It can accommodate a Costco. I've spoken with the Costco folks at length. They're not interested right now, but that's because they need more rooftops and they need local jobs. They were enthused about the fact that there could be 1,000 jobs next door. So is it open for the future? Yes. And I think it's important to point out, because a lot of folks here are concerned, well, how do we know this will get built? You hold all the cards. When we come back with something, it's up to you guys. So we got to come back with something nice. And keep in mind, we have another 500 acres, so we're not going to come back with some junk. Again, this just compares them side to side. And again, here's just a single building on the lower right, and we're kind of looking for some trendy retail on that 8 acres on the southeast corner. So that in mind, I think I don't need to repeat it, but local jobs means people spending their money locally, buying gas locally, all those important things. I think it's also important to point out that the subject property is 3,000 linear feet as a crow flies from the nearest house. The state mandate, AB 98, which is the strictest in the country, is 950 feet. So we exceed that by 3 times. And it's about a mile if you drive or walk. So it's as a crow flies at 3,000 linear feet. And you're going to hear about the emissions, the concerns over emissions. You can't get a truck to pick up goods at the Port of Long Beach if you don't have the new vehicles that are almost zero emissions. I'm not an emissions expert, I'm not trying to be, but I know that the emissions in the past have been a concern, but you have new vehicles that have to bring these goods in and out. And I'd be more concerned about the 1,000 people who have to leave here and drive to Fontana than I would be the trucks coming in. Anyways, I think that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm here. And just appreciate your consideration tonight. Thank you.
Are we good to start the public hearing, council members? Sure. Okay. I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, we do have a significant stack of registered speakers. Before we begin, I wanted to recommend that the speakers identify themselves, give your name. If you want to tell us whether you're in favor or opposition, that's helpful for the minutes. And if you're a Hemet resident and you want to identify yourself as such, that's helpful as well. 3 minutes for each speaker. Some speakers have donated time to other speakers as permitted by the rules. We'll be identifying those speakers as they come up. I'm going to be calling speakers in the order that they've been filed with the city clerk. Please be respectful of the other speakers. I already brought it up. Welcome to our temporary city council chamber. I am told that the audio system in the new chamber will be fantastic. I'll do my best. I encourage everyone who comes to the podium to do the same so that everyone can hear you. Please be respectful of those who are coming up. The applicant is entitled to an unbiased hearing, and you are each entitled to give your peace of mind without being booed or jeered by your neighbors. Okay? So let's do that. Let's have a respectful hearing. And then lastly, you guys have been excellent with the signs. Please continue to be respectful with the signs. Allow the people behind you, they need to be able to see. Please don't block the view of those behind you or flash them around in a way that's distracting. So thank you. And Mayor, if it's okay, I'll start calling names. The first person who turned in a speaker card was Mr. Lansing, so we'll move on. Casey Mungo? Mungo? Mungo.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate you guys doing this. This is a controversial meeting. Everybody so far has been very respectful and appreciate that. I am for the project. I just wanted to point out a couple things that, when I wanted to come up here and talk, I didn't want to just talk about, feelings. I wanted to talk about facts. And so, I did a search. We can all do the same. But something struck me and it was the unemployment rate. I ran what the unemployment rate was for Hemet, it's 6.5%, which is 12% higher than where we were at 12 months ago. Okay, and it's 30% higher than where we were at 2 years ago. Okay, we're going the wrong direction here. Riverside County is 4.9, and the national average is 4.5. Okay, we're 33% higher than the rest of Riverside County. Okay, so that to me means a lot, and I think everybody, you know, there's a lot of people that doesn't affect in this room, and there's a lot of people that it does affect. You know, with technology these days, I don't do it too much, but there was an option. Say, what does AI think? So I clicked on the button, and this is what popped out. It's crazy. Right? So I said, why does Hemet have higher unemployment compared to the county average? Reliance on specific industries. Hemet's economy relies heavily on retail and service-based jobs, which can be more susceptible to economic downturns. Decline in certain sectors. Employment shares have declined in educational and social service industries, which are significant employers. Competition from neighboring cities. Neighboring cities like Menifee and Temecula are also focused on economic development, potentially drawing investment and job opportunities away from Hemet. Infrastructure issues. Issues like aging infrastructure and perceived crime could also negatively impact Hemet's ability to attract business and create jobs. To me, you know, it just felt like it was spot on. I just thought I would mention it. You know, I know a lot of times we kind of shy away from technology, but it really had an impact on me. The second thing, you know, I wanted to mention was, you know, last meeting that we talked about the downtown. You know, how you guys are so enthusiastic about building out a downtown here, and I commend you guys for it. But, you know, one thing that would build more than hundreds of thousands of dollars is having people work locally, shop locally, live locally. You know, that's a strong city, is when people do all three things here. And we don't really have that here. It's sad, to be honest. You know, and then, you know, the last thing, you know, kind of tugs at the heartstrings a little bit. We all have what's important to us.
Thank you, Mr. Mongo. Your 3 minutes are up.
Next speaker is Wendy Molduck.
Thank you.
One second.
My name is Wendy
Excuse me
Bolduc.
just a second. Casey, what city are you from? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Molduck has been yielded 3 times by Pam Moe. Is Pam here? Thank you, ma'am. 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Wendy Bolduc. I am a Hemet resident, and thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for hearing me. I am opposed to this project, and I have also done some research and looked at the most recent submission of the revised plan that you have posted on your website. Okay, sorry, thank you. So, I'm here to address the revised Newland Simpson Warehouse project and its impact on the community as it relates to the already existing and proposed warehouses that were already on the pipeline. I believe it was 9, am I correct? Before the moratorium, there were 9 warehouses proposed. The studies and the analyses that I read online that are all on the city website were very thorough, but what they don't address is the actual real-time daily experience of the residents as we traverse our roads going to and from our jobs or the market or wherever we go. And Tom, I'm not sure about your math, but on table 3 of the revised Newland Simpson project, it says that there are 335 truck trips per day. Now I gave that a 24-hour day. So doing the math, and there's also 1,884 total vehicle trips. So over 24 hours, 1,884 trips is 78 trips per hour, which results in a vehicle every 3/4 of a minute. That's 45 seconds. 335 of those will be trucks, which results in 14 trucks per hour, one every 4.2 minutes. And this is just the trips in and out. It's not the idling, waiting at crossroads for other traffic. And then of course, the 1,549 passenger vehicles. Now, the already constructed and not yet operational Newland Kirby warehouse promises 1,811 truck trips over 24 hours, resulting in 75 trucks per hour, or one every 72 seconds on Acacia and Sanderson. Sorry, all these S streets. So that doesn't take into account the 2,306 passenger cars as well. Trips, these are trip counts, not the number of cars. Now, Hemet Logistics West, whose presentation I saw recently on Acacia, has modified their proposal to operating 15 hours per day instead of 24. With 370 truck trips, this will result in 25 per hour, or one every 2.4 minutes on Acacia, Florida, and Simpson roads. So last week I wrote a letter to all of you expressing my concerns and providing the previous math with the previous numbers, and Mr. Mills was kind enough to reply to me, and I appreciate that very much. And in your reply, sir, you said, no one wants to see our city overwhelmed by traffic, pollution, unchecked development. At the same time, Hemet faces real challenges. We need jobs, we need economic growth, and we need tax revenue to fund public safety, repair our roads, and improve our quality of life. And I believe, Mr. Males, you ran for office on the platform of no more warehouses.
No, that was not me.
Thank you for the correction. If that's not true, I stand corrected. Quality of life is the key to my objection. Regarding air quality, I'm no scientist or chemist, but reading the reports that indeed they revised plan with a reduction in size will meet the threshold for reactive organic gases, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, sulfur oxides, particulate matter 10 microns in diameter, and particulate matter 2.5 microns in diameter. And this is after reducing the scope of the project. This is, however, only one warehouse. And each warehouse has their own study. And what is the cumulative effect of multiple warehouse projects in the city of Hemet? We don't know that. No cumulative report has been offered that I'm aware of. I do want to say that the most vulnerable to air quality are obviously the people with health issues already, children, and the elderly. In 2023, our demographics were 26% of us in Hemet were under 20, and 21% of us were over 65. That's 47% of the population. I think we should have a cumulative study on the effects of the air for multiple warehouses in the area. If 72% of us leave the city for jobs, I'm sure that not all 2% of us work in warehouses when we leave the city for our jobs. And it was also mentioned that both Temecula and Menifee and Murrieta are growth cities, growing their economy. They're not doing it with warehouses. Warehouses are most effective when they're close to the freeway. So, in terms of jobs, I'm not anti-job. I agree that everybody needs a job and everybody needs a good job. And the Riverside, I got the same stats, the same numbers as you did about the unemployment rate, but the California state employment rate is 5.4. So yes, we are high. We do need more jobs, but they don't have to be warehouse jobs that impact our quality of life on the streets, in our homes, in the air, and the noise and air quality. So if I imagine the best case scenario in a fantasy world where the warehouse
Thank you, Ms. Wendy. Your comments are up. Your public comment is up.
Oh, 6 minutes? Dang. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dana Kilpatrick, followed by an individual who identified themselves as Teresa. So Teresa, you'll be next.
Hello, everybody. First, I just want to say thank you to all of you guys who serve and work hard on behalf of our city. I am very grateful. My name's Dana Kilpatrick. I'm a Hemet resident. I have lived here for 14 years, and I live in District 4, your district, and I am opposed to the approval of the Newland Simpson project. I found a lot of the statistics being thrown around today kind of interesting. You can do anything to make statistics work, pro or con, in a situation. And the 48 trucks a day that were mentioned that turned into 2 trucks per hour, first of all, that's one way. If you go both ways, in and out, that's 96 trucks. And I don't think they're going to be coming in at 2 per hour. I think they're going to be all coming in at the same time, and I'm going to be stuck behind them trying to turn onto Warren and Simpson to get home. So I appreciate the 40% reduction, but I would be happier with a 100% reduction. Another comment that was made was that greenhouse gases that would be saved if people didn't have to leave Hemet to go to work. My opinion is, instead of a warehouse, why don't we build a commercial center that will provide the same amount of jobs and prevent people from driving out of Hemet to go to Murrieta and Temecula and Menifee to go shopping? Let's put in businesses here in Hemet, and guess what? We can stay here, save greenhouse gases, and shop at home. Real quickly, before my time runs out, I used to work for the city of Murrieta, and I don't know how many people here know, but the Temecula Mall was supposed to be in Murrieta. They had that project. It was designated for the Golden Triangle. Temecula countered the offer and offered an amazing incentive on tax benefits in order to pull them all into Temecula. The developer went to Murrieta and said, would you guys give us those same benefits and we'll stay? That city manager and city council said no. Look where they are now. Temecula has got that incredible mall, all the other stores outside, the shopping, and they've got more money than they know what to do with. Murrieta is a great place to live, but I don't think that many of us go shopping there. So I'm saying the decision you guys make tonight, please don't make it based on a short-term money grab that's going to solve some immediate problems that exist today. Please, please think of our city. Think of the long-term benefits. Don't be another Murrieta. Don't just think about the dollars right now that these guys are offering. Think about our future and how a future development of that same property in a different way
Patrick, your 3 minutes
will
are
be
up.
more beneficial and bring the same amount of jobs. Thank you.
Teresa. After Teresa is Irene Reyes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. I want to say thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to speak. I'm just going to cut to the chase and just, do a script here. And some time ago, I believe it was about 3 months ago, I sent all the council members an email about Inland Empire pollution. We are and have the worst pollution in the United States. That's not something we should be touting. That's not something we should be proud of. And we really need to address that. By adding more warehouses, more trucks, more transportation, we are simply adding to that issue going forward. As a resident of Hemet, I and many others are really concerned about this pollution issue with all the trucks. We have issues with our roads right now. They're in disrepair. And I understand you're trying to work through a process of getting those roads repaired. But more trucks on these roads is going to make them in more disrepair. The other issue here is I've heard a lot about, bringing jobs into Hemet. Well, that's great, but there's no guarantee. What I've heard is that those will be for residents of Hemet. So all we need are more vehicles coming into Hemet from Menifee, from Murrieta, from Temecula, from Beaumont, from Banning, into Hemet, adding to our pollution in our city. There's just no guarantee on that. What I'm asking the City Council to do is make the right decisions here. Have some smart development. You've already heard from many people already. Bring more retail into our area. Bring better businesses so that we can shop in the area, so that we can stay in the area and make it comfortable, a place that we can thrive, a healthy place, and a safe place. Thank you, everybody.
Miss Irene Reyes. The next speaker is Juan Serrato.
Mayor Peterson and City Council members, my name is Irene Reyes. I am a resident of Hemet, and I am opposed to item 13C. Redundantly, we meet again and again. Same issue, same topic, same statistics. But we, the residents, are the people you all serve. We, the people, the residents of the city of Hemet, are the folks who are asking you, please, please, please do not build these god-awful warehouses. Do not bring these monstrosities into our city, the place where we live. Please do not continue to waver in your vote to shut this down. Please do not make this all about money. Please vote your conscience and do the right thing for the residents of Hemet. Please listen to what we want for our community. Let us look at other options for bringing revenue. We know we need revenue. Listen to the Hemet Rising Committee, founded with an effort to place most of the currently unincorporated East End community of Hemet into the municipal boundaries of the city. Currently, tax dollars from this area of county residents are distributed countywide, not to the city of Hemet. If an annexation were to take place, the greater share of taxpayer dollars will remain within the community. This is revenue for our city. Let's explore this avenue. Sorry. With this annexation, the city of Hemet will have the potential to become the 4th largest city in Riverside County with a population of over 120,000. That will equate to more tax dollars from state and federal levels. City Council Member Joe Males, District 4, I'm in District 4, take a stand. This is not the time to sit on the fence. Sir, with all due respect, make a decision. Stick to your decision. Councilmember Males, do you want to run as the Republican candidate for the 25th Congressional District, November 3rd of 2026, as the candidate who is promoting warehouses in residential areas with all the negative repercussions the data supports? No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to be that candidate. We will not vote for you as a congressional candidate if that is the case, because, again, we are the voters. Take the warehouses out of the residential communities. You've all made that drive to Vegas. Take the warehouses out to the desert areas where they belong. But please do not bring them to Hemet. Do not build them in our backyard. Thank you so much.
Mr. Juan Serrato, followed by Steve Patrick.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and neighbors. My name is Juan Serrato from the Laborers International Union North America, and I'm proud to speak tonight not just as a union member, but as someone who cares deeply about the future of Hemet. I'm here to support the Simpson Road project and to talk about what it really means for the people who live here. This isn't just about a big building, it's about building a better life for Hemet families. The Simpson Road project brings it with it good-paying jobs for local residents, so more families can afford to stay, grow, and thrive here. These aren't just jobs that come and go. They're stable, reliable jobs that help people buy homes, put kids through schools, and support local businesses. This project will also bring infrastructure improvements and new investments to the area. That means better roads, cleaner lots, safer conditions, and a spark for more growth. This can be the kind of project that helps Hemet move forward without pushing the people out. And I want to say this loud and clear: this environmental review has been done. The final environmental impact report shows this project can be done responsibly with the community and environment in mind. At the end of the day, this is about improving quality of life, giving people a chance to work where they live, spend more time with their families, and take pride in their neighborhoods. Let's move Hemet forward together. Please vote yes on this Simpson Road project. Thank you.
Steve Patrick, followed by Dawn Darragon.
Mayor, fellow and council members. My name is Steve Patrick. I'm a Hemet resident, and I'm against the warehouse. But I'm not against developing the land. I think we can find better opportunities for that land. And warehouses, as someone said, are better confined to highways, not into the city. And there's a lot of different things that we can do with the land here. You've heard about artificial intelligence and data centers. We have a lot of land that could house those data centers. I would suggest that you hire a PR firm to go to the powers that be and bring high tech to the city, thereby attracting more jobs and better paying jobs instead of a $17, $18 an hour warehouse job. And I know you all care about the city of Hemet. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on the city council right now. You wouldn't have put yourself through going through the election to be on the city council. So I think you can find money resources in other areas. And I'm asking you to please don't make your legacy that you brought warehouses to Hemet. Make your legacy that you made Hemet something that it didn't think it could be. Thank you.
Dawn Denigan, and then Jean Fanza.
Good evening, council members. My name is Don Dakianan. I am a local business developer with Brightview Landscape Services. We are the team that installed the landscaping at the Kirby and hopefully the Newland Simpson project, which I am in favor of. I want to speak to you not as a contractor, but as a fellow Californian. Someone who respects small towns, tight communities, and the deep roots people plant in places like Hemet. I know these buildings have stirred up emotions. Change often does. It can feel like something is being taken away. The quiet streets, the small town charm, the sense of this is our place. And I get it. Growth can be uncomfortable. But I want to offer a different perspective. These buildings isn't just steel and concrete. It's an opportunity. Rialto Distributions is promising hundreds, if not thousands of jobs, new jobs, into the city of Hemet. That means hundreds of families in Hemet, maybe your neighbors, your children, your friends, will have a chance to work close to home. That means parents who won't have to commute out of town just to make ends meet. You see, the only permanent thing in life is change. But what matters most is how we meet it. Do we resist it, or do we shape it? Do we let it divide us, or do we use it to build something stronger? No one is trying to take Hemet away from you. But with your support, we can make sure Hemet grows in a way that still feels like home. Just with more opportunity for the people who live here. Thank you for letting me speak.
Next speaker is Jean Fanza.
Hello,
who has
everybody.
been given 3 minutes by Alda Pitt. Ms.
And
Pitt, are
3
you here?
from Joe Wood as well.
No.
Joe Wood, did you yield your time to me? You didn't fill it out?
We do not.
I
Hold on.
think I had
This isn't an auction.
9. Yes, I understand. Do I have 6 or 9?
Okay. Mr. Pitt, or you gave her 3? We'll put it
Joe
down-
Wood?
Joe Wood. All right, we'll put it down for 9.
Okay, thank you. I'll try and make it shorter. Hi, everybody. Been here before, 10 months, longer than Tom. Tom and I were talking about he was 8. I've been doing this for 10 months. A couple things, and I'm glad I've got the 9 minutes. I didn't plan on speaking to some of the things that were brought up about the project. The financial aspect of revenue to the city from the first version of the project was $225,000 a year. It's got to be less now. I'm giving that, given that there's less trucks coming in and out. There's no tax revenue to the city for the products. I do not believe there's any point of sale tax revenue to the city. The revenue generated by the employees was going to be $43,000 a year. That was with more employees. Kirby originally had 800. It's been now downsized to 300. Newland Simpson was originally 1,200. It's been downsized to 800. So we do see the trend there, that the employees have been downsized based on project, based on the size of the project, based on the changes in the environment, and based on warehouses where they are today. Again, the revenue to the city will not cover our road repairs. We all know what's going to happen with these trucks. We know the Warren Road project's 10 years down the road potentially, depending on what the consultant comes up with in 2 years and if the city council approves that plan. We had discussed reduced greenhouse gases. We don't know that to be true. These are all assumptions made by EDP and perhaps other consultants. This EIR and the new project was not circulated as CEQA would typically demand. So CEQA and the state and all of those other agencies that would have typically seen the new project have not had the opportunity to weigh in on that. The new project, we had requested information from the city, the Public Records Act. After any documents after May 6th, we were not given those until July 11th for the staff report. I would assume that you don't have that information either to make a very informed decision, to make a decision about really does it comply with CEQA? I don't believe it would today. What I'd like to say is that instead of it, it's a unilateral, unverified, and invalid attempt to obtain the city council approval of a project that you didn't have the information. You didn't have all the agency's circulation of the EIR with the new project. It's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable in California. It's not acceptable to us as residents. The Public Records Act, I feel, is flagrant. The city had at least 5 weeks to get us the information that we could have made a more informed decision as a group. So I don't appreciate that we didn't get that information. Now we sit here today having to assume assumptions. We didn't get any new financial information that shows what the new revenue will be to the city. Previously, there was done a very robust financial report was given. But again, that was all estimates as well. And it did not support the maintenance of the roads or the maintenance of the ruins of the city. I ask you guys, no on logistics warehouses, yes on manufacturing. Whatever is built there will generate jobs. If it is retail, it will generate more revenue to the city, just based on income tax. If the employees currently live in Hemet, it's not going to contribute more spending in retail because they already spend their money here in Hemet. If you listen to Professor Reese, she said no. The Planning Commission said no. Dr. Reese said the 3 industries that would develop Hemet into a more robust city were education, health, and technology. There was no logistic warehouses in that report. In fact, at the end, I don't know if it was one of the Planning Commission people, because it was a joint meeting, had asked what's good about warehouses. She said nothing. Her word was nothing. Not my word. Also, the Western Council of Riverside, something that you guys all do, government council, they said that most of the people that work here in Hemet will continue to go out of other towns to work. This warehouse is not going to change that. Somebody had referenced the 2012 general plan, that it brought all of the same pollution and the emissions problems. We didn't have warehouses in the 2012 plan. So, okay, now it was bad then without warehouses. What's it going to be today? Now that we're bringing in logistics and other types of warehouses. The moratorium, we haven't heard a decision on that, where that's going. Are we going to continue to recruit applications? We've got 9, including these that are already built, Wentworth, Kirby, and I believe J.W. Fields or Mrs. Fields Cookies or something, that one. So we have 6 more projects outstanding. 2.2 million in back of Kirby. That'll be exiting on Sanderson along with the Kirby building right next to Lowe's. Phew. Sanderson's a truck route, right? Yeah. Warren's a truck route. Simpson's not a truck route. So the roads are just in complete disrepair. I had other notes here too, since these guys are doing all kinds of information. The artwork contribution, you know, I still think LA County demands 1% of the assessed value of completion to donate to artwork for the city. 1% of, I believe, the new value, 133 million. Do the math on that. The artwork for us is $50,000. I just don't see it. The gateway to Hemet, our legacy, your legacy, I know each of you love Hemet. I'd bet on it today. What I'm asking of you is that you love you love Hemet a little bit more today. One other thing, who in back of me says no to the project? Would you all stand up? We get that right. I know they had the right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joe Elvis Ramirez. I think it's Joe Elvis Ramirez. Okay, followed by Paige Gosney.
Well, I was not prepared to come up here as or anything as my fellow citizens here, but thank you for admitting me, Mayor, fellow council members. As a resident here in Hemet, barely bought a house. Everything was good. I believe in how the residents here are speaking about against it. Also believe in that, but I'm also pro. I apologize. I'm also pro with it, and the thing is, I agree with them with the retail things, having more jobs over here. So it felt good, and I speak through experience, not through just logistics. It was good and all fine when everyone had a job here, but when one had to travel afar, it's more time-consuming and more spending out of pocket. But the thing is, I'm mostly hearing all the stuff. I'm split. I feel confused, but I'm mostly pro because I know it's a quick decision to make a certain problem go away, being that we're unemployed. But also we got to consider the time it's going to spend and having those sponsors or those retail things to be able to come sell here. That also takes time. It won't give. I agree with you guys. Like it won't give the proper solution at the proper moment, like which is recent right now. It'll give more in a prolonged term. And with that being said, thank you for your time.
Mr. Gosney, followed by Thomas Watch.
Thank you very much. Paige Gosney, I'm a land use counsel for the applicant for Newland Capital. I've been before you a number of times. Appreciate, number one, thank you for holding this special meeting. Obviously, it's a significant project, one with a lot of public interest, and one that I think we would all agree, we want to see a decision taken on sooner rather than later. So appreciate your time tonight. A comment was made earlier about this project, there being tons of information missing, and that you're not privy to. If anything, I would say you have more information than most any other project that would come before you. So I don't know how that makes sense, but there's one key piece of information that I think really drives tonight in light of the prior hearings, and that is that this is a 40% smaller project. The concerns that were raised back on April 8th were about the size of the project and its proximity to the Warren and Simpson intersection and having that impact right there. So what do? We removed the parcel 2 building, we removed the parcel 3 trailer lot. You've got 1,000 feet setback. You've got a project that's significantly smaller, but you're still getting all of the benefits. You're still getting all of the roadway improvements. You're still getting over 1,200 jobs, and that's ongoing jobs, that's not construction jobs. You're still getting all of the revenue on an annual basis. All of the benefits that the larger project would have provided, you're still getting, but you're getting your concerns addressed. There are significant unavoidable impacts that are raised in the EIR. However, as Jeremy indicated, those are impacts that were already analyzed and forecasted in the general plan when you and your predecessors laid out the plan for development of this area. Your predecessors identified the type of development you wanted to see here and analyzed the potential impacts of that development. That was already done, and it was already determined it would be significant. And it didn't matter what kind of project you put here. You've got vacant agricultural land that's not surrounded by anything. You're going to have a significant loss of agricultural land. You're going to have noise impacts because there's no noise there now. You're going to have growth and development because that's what your predecessors indicated they wanted to see. And they wanted to see it here because this is the perfect spot for this type of industry, for this type of development. You want industrial, you want the benefits of industrial, but you want it on the outskirts of town. You want it near a major roadway. Dominagoni Parkway is going to be coming, or excuse me, SR 79 is going to be coming through. You're going to have it perfectly positioned for the trucks that come out of the project to take advantage of those roadways. This is the ideal spot for it. You've heard a lot of people, a vocal majority in the council chamber tonight who have come out before. I wanted you to keep in mind the silent majority, the ones that can't be here tonight because they were up at 5 a.m. getting to jobs in Fontana, in San Diego, and in elsewhere. The ones that have young families, the ones that have to get kids fed and in bed. I think the majority of speakers here tonight are ones who don't necessarily have an
Mr.
interest
Gosney, your
in ongoing
comments
jobs.
are up. Your time is up.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thomas Watt, followed by Jason Navarrete.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I am strongly opposed to warehouses in Hemet. The nature of the community is not a warehouse type community. It's more of a residential community. But my biggest thing is on the financial impact to the city and to the homeowners. Home appreciation is going to flatten out, and this is going to negatively impact the tax bases that the city collects. I bought a home here in 2018. The home has gone up in value $150,000 since then. That increase is going to affect all of the homeowners when that increase is either not going up at all or going up less than it otherwise would have been due to the impact of having changed the character of the city from basically a nice residential city to something that's basically pollution and trucks and warehouses. So I think the biggest negative impact has not even been brought up here, and that is the impact on residential home values, which is going to negatively affect property tax to the city, and is going to very negatively affect people's overall wealth when they decide to sell their home or leave it to their family. So that in a nutshell is my biggest concern with the negative impact of these warehouses. Thank you.
Jason Navarrete. Daniel Gonzalez. Followed by Jason Bays.
Good evening.
I'm in favor of this project because I live down the street and I'm tired of driving to LA, Orange County every single day. My spouse, she works in Riverside, and for 4 days out of the whole week, I don't get to see her because by the time she's coming home, I'm already on my way to work. And keeping this project or approving this project would keep me 10, 15 minutes away from my home. So please, I beg you, approve this project and keep fellow blue-collar workers close to home as well. Thank you.
Can I get your name for the record, sir? Sir? Can I get your name for the record?
Excuse me?
Can I get your name for the record, please?
Daniel Gonzalez.
Daniel Gonzalez, thank you.
Jason Bass, followed by Ray Johnson.
Honorable Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jason Baez with Labor's International Union of North America, here to fully support this project moving forward. In all truth, I understand the fear of change and, the desire for quiet convenience, but the truth of the matter is there's a tremendous financial struggle going on within this city. And the tiny amount of people you see here tonight opposing the project are just a tiny fraction of the thousands of families thousands of people that are struggling because of financial problems within their household because of the lack of job opportunity. Also, what else was this? Also, this will bring a lot of opportunity to the community. And what I wanted to say also is this. If we were to bring in a Harvard professor and give him all the facts of the matter and put him in the back room and ask him, in truth, what would be the better choice for the community as a whole? Ask yourself, what would he say? Also, people here have the desire for new stores, malls, venues, restaurants, but anytime a company makes plans to build something somewhere, they first do an analysis to see how many jobs are in that community, how many people are working, how many people are there on average. All those things are taken into consideration. We will never see a mall here the way things are now. We'll barely see any growth in restaurants and things of that nature. This will start that process. This will enhance the opportunities of other companies coming in. You build it, others will come. Simple as that. Thank you so much.
Ray Johnson. Robert Amorcia, are you here? Robert Amorcia? Mr. Johnson, I'm not showing Robert Amorcia present. Are they here?
I have 9 minutes.
Is Mr. Robert Amorcia present?
Oh,
okay. Sorry, I'm saying it wrong.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Beverly Johnson?
yes.
Okay, 9
She's
minutes,
there.
sir.
Thank you. As I was driving in from West Hemet today, I noticed that you could hardly see Mount San Jacinto. And I wonder why that is. Let's think about that while I go through this. This is your opportunity to define how logistics warehouses will fit into the Hemet community. You have the authority and the responsibility to set appropriate limits. Structure size, design, zoning. These warehouses belong in an industrial zone for light industry, heavy industry, manufacturing, and logistics. The Hemet Municipal Code says building limits in commercial and business parks should be limited to 30 to 35 feet in height. Industrial zoning should be 40 height. I agree with the municipal zone. I don't think we need 60-foot high buildings. As far as location goes, we are 10 miles from the nearest freeway. So these warehouses should be located near the main east-west truck route of 74 and the main north-south truck route of 79. Florida Avenue between Warren and California serves both of those routes. So it seems logical to me to place the industrial park west of the auto mall, whatever warehouses you put in. All warehouses over 35,000 square feet should be required to provide enough solar power to match their annual usage. This project estimates their annual usage at 6 million kilowatt hours. That's the equivalent of 1,000 houses. The California Air Resources Board recommended that the developer-tenant agreement require that tenants exclusively use zero-emission light and medium-duty trucks and vans, and require that all heavy-duty trucks entering the project site be fully zero-emission vehicles. That's not in any requirement now. The South Coast Air Quality Management District expressed deep concern over the potential public health impacts of siting new sensitive populations in proximity to air polluters. The Planning Commission is now considering 586 homes north of Simpson, west of Warren, 299 homes south of Poplar, east of Warren, and 439 homes north of Simpson, west of Warren, and east of California. All of these are closer than the nearest residents that would be impacted with the traffic and the air quality. The South Coast Area Quality Management District recommended that the city conduct analysis of potential cumulative impacts of all toxics from all existing planned and probable future projects. The last I heard, there are 9 projects of about 15 warehouses in the planning stage. The city did not do that analysis. Warehouse wages. As of February 2025, the living wage for a single adult in Hemet is $28.76, or $59,800 annually for a full-time employee. In the study done by UC Riverside, which was presented to you, the average warehouse employee earned $17.83, or $37,000. Ask these hardworking people back here how many of them can live on $17.83. Part-time workers in warehouses earned as little as $16.50 per hour. Fast food employees now earn $20 an hour. Part-time warehouse workers should at least earn that much. You have the authority to set minimum wages, and those should be made a requirement in developer agreements. None of the items that I just mentioned are requirements in this report. After all the delays and opportunities for the developer to revamp the project, environmentally, nothing has changed. Significant negative impacts will occur in agriculture, greenhouse gases, noise, and transportation. These are all the same reasons that the Planning Commission and the City Council voted unanimously not to approve this EIR the first time around. By signing your name, you are making this the city official EIR. It's no longer the developers. I urge you to again vote unanimously to deny this project for environmental impact reasons and issue the resolution. To do nothing excuse me. By doing so, you set the tone that warehouses are welcome in Hemet, but they must be good neighbors that support and maintain our rural community lifestyle and our need for a healthy environment. If you approve this project, you are saying to the citizens of Hemet, this project is more important than your health and well-being. Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Bernardino Chavez. Bernardino? Oh. Next speaker is Omar Kobian.
Thank you, Mayor, and everybody on the council. My name is Bernardino Chavez, and I, as a lot of people here, I choose to live in Hemet 7 years ago. Beautiful city, nothing wrong with it. When I came here, still right now, I still enjoy it. We don't have a lot of things here, that we can feel proud of it. But I like it, it's very good. I just want to ask one of the people that support this project, and I want to thank the mayor right here for bringing this opportunity to the city. This is the time for Hemet to shine. Look, everybody else, they got their own malls, they got everything else they need, but we don't have that. I had to go to Temecula to get something better, or to Manning, or to Moreno Valley. Why can't we have that here in Hemet? I'm going to ask one person, the people who supported this, to stand up, please. All in favor. Look at all these families, Mayor. How many of you guys own their own home, if they have a home? You own it?
Sir, please
I'm working
please
on
direct
that.
your
I'm just
comments to
trying
the
to get
council.
that. I just try to go to work every day to pay my bills, to get my mortgage paid, to get my family going every day. How many of the people opposed to this project own the mortgage? They own their own houses. They don't have to go to work like we do. I respect that because they already did their time. We do our time. This is our time. They already did theirs. Why can't we do our time? Why can't we let the people to do the same thing, to have a house so that children can play behind in the backyard? There's nothing wrong with that. I respect everybody else here. Like I said, I'm going that way. I'm 67 years old, but I still got to work. Why? Because I need to work to support my family. Please, have on favor with the mayor right here. I don't know how you did it, but you got a big heart to bring this project to the city of Hemet. Because you know what? This is the next town. First was Moreno Valley, then Paris. I started in Ontario, 60 miles away from where I live, every morning. Like Daniel says, I hardly see my wife in the morning. Why can't we just do that and proceed, to this project? And every more work, if you can bring more jobs to the city of Hemet, please do, sir. Thank you very much.
Omar Kobian, followed by Jose Rodillo.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Omar Kobian. I'm a representative for the Carpenters Union. Speaking on behalf of 5,500 members that live in Riverside County, but over 300 members that live right here in the city of Hemet, including their families. I want to talk a little bit about Tackwitz High School. I just recently had the opportunity to visit Tackwitz High School and tour their construction program. And I actually spoke on behalf of the carpenters to 2 different classes there. The instructor for the CTE construction program is actually a retired carpenter. And he's been doing incredible things in that class. I encourage all of you to visit Tackwitz High School and see their construction program. He's been able to funnel close to a dozen students now into the union, bringing them over to the monthly meetings, really encouraging them to see if they want to be in the union. And some of the students we've gotten out of his class have been amazing. And these kids are now second, third year apprentices, making really good money, $35, $40 an hour, and they're 19 years old, 20 years old, and this is their pathway. We have to make sure we encourage something else besides just college for all we know. But the hardest thing for a young man or woman coming out of those type of CTE programs is the opportunity to work close to home. Sometimes they gotta right away drive out to LA or Orange County. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of members here speaking because they just got home and probably eating dinner for the city of Hemet. So I'm speaking on behalf of them. So I just want to talk about jobs, local jobs. Yes, we support this project, but I encourage you all to really look into those type of programs and see what the city of Hemet has to offer, and don't deny job opportunities close to home. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jose Rodillo, followed by Terry Stepp.
Good evening, Mayor, Madam, City Council. My name is Jose Rodillo. I'm a proud member of La Una, Laborers International Union of North America. Oh, all right. My name is Jose Rodillo, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here supporting this project. Like my brother mentioned, our brothers that reside here in this city have to drive 100 miles, 150 miles, 50 miles. It's not easy being a construction worker. A lot of times we have to wake up early in the morning, wait in the traffic, work under the scorching sun. Besides layoffs, we stay away from our family because of the long drive. So it's not easy. But a project like this will give us enough time to spend time with our family, just stay home and spend quality time with our family. When you have a developer that brings private money and infuses it right here in the city of Hemet, it's at no liability to a tax base. It's a win-win. When you have a developer that's paying fair wages and give us great benefits, it's a win-win. And believe me, there is no such things as a bad job. Every job here, once these buildings is constructed, it will put a lot of residents here to work, and there's going to be employment. So it's great for the community, for the economy. With that, I truly ask the council to please consider this project. Our members eagerly await the opportunity to initiate to this remarkable project and just build it. It's going to be built professionally, on time, and most important, safely. So please consider it. Thank you.
Terry Stepp, followed by Tim DeBoit.
Hi, I worked construction for 47 years as an elevator construction. I'm pro-union beyond a doubt. But I also, when I worked construction for 47 years, I worked maybe 3 times within 20 miles of my own house. So I don't feel sorry for them. They knew what they did when they took the job. Secondly, they're talking about jobs. They're talking about jobs. Well, they're the ones that let their work jurisdiction go away. They would have jobs and they'd be working by their house every day if they went after the residential, if they took their union strength and went after the residential. But they're not doing that. They want to come here, work 18 months, take their money that they made here, go back to their city, and do nothing for Hemet. Next, on the job situation. How long are you going to warehouse jobs going to be? DHL just went full robotic. 100% robotic. Is the developer willing to verify and give us 5 years of those numbers that he posted, the 12 million? Is he willing to do that? Probably not. And the last thing I'd like to say is, if you notice, everybody for it is here to make a profit. You have a landscaping guy here to make a profit. The carpenters here to make a profit. The developers, the investors here to make a profit. The only people here that are to make a profit are us. Thank you.
Tim DeBoit, followed by Karen Stepp.
Good evening. My name is Tim DeBolt. I am strongly in support of this project. I'm not here to make money or anything else. I'm here to support my community. I am a small business owner here in town. I am on the Valley Restart Homeless Shelter Board, and I know without a fact that this warehouse and the jobs that we'll create will help the homelessness that we have here. We have a lot of clients that come through our facility, and when it's time to get them on their feet and get them through everything, and then they're looking for work, we can't find jobs for them. And a lot of people, especially a lot of the homeless that we take off the street that end up getting on their feet and getting the help they need, they don't have transportation. Local work right here would open doors. They could take a bus there. They could ride a bike there. So I think that would be huge in that aspect of things. I used to be, before I opened my business, I traveled 2 to 3 hours a day. I worked in Vista, I worked in Bloomington, and let me tell you how many games and things that I miss with my kids. You know, basketball, soccer, you name it. I didn't get home in time. Any kind of sports, unless it was on a weekend, I wasn't there. So I think this is great for the community. I think when you work in the community, you live in the community, you have a better buy-in. And I think these warehouse jobs will create a lot of that. I think it's going to create tax revenue that's going to help our police, our fire. I just think it's great all around. I understand there's going to be people who oppose this, and a lot of them, I guarantee you, everybody who opposes this doesn't travel 2 to 3 hours a day to go to work. I assure you of that, because they would be supporting this. Thank you.
Karen Stepp, followed by Sheila Pisa.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Karen Stepp, and as you all know, I am strongly opposed to these warehouses. I want to address first a few things that were said tonight. It was said that you have a contingency of citizens who hate warehouses. It isn't that we hate warehouses. We have nothing against warehouses. What we dislike, what we oppose, are warehouses in our backyards. The other question I have is, if there is a 40% reduction in significant unavoidable impacts, does that not mean there's a 60% increase in significant unavoidable impacts, even after the new plan? Your continued justification has been the creation of jobs. I have a few different numbers than the other young man who did his research on the internet, but I do know that Hemet has approximately 100,000 residents. Fewer than half are of working age. And with an unemployment rate of roughly 7%, because I got over 6, that amounts to about 3,500 people. Even if every one of those 3,500 residents accepted a warehouse job, 96,500 people would still suffer. They would be subjected to constant nuisance conditions, deprived of environmental justice, and left to endure the inverse condemnation of their homes as their property values and quality of life decline, while urban blight spreads throughout our community. By approving these projects, you are harming the vast majority of your constituents and neglecting your fiduciary duty to protect our health, our safety, and our neighborhoods. We are asking you yet again, please stand with the people of Hemet, not with outside developers. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Peterson, City Council members. I'm Sheila Pisa. I'm a Hemet resident, and as a concerned resident, I have been attending City Council and Planning Commission meetings to better understand the proposed warehouse projects and their potential consequences. I feel compelled to voice my opposition and urge the council to reconsider advancing the Newland Simpson project. Many citizens have participated in these meetings, raising a range of concerns, including environmental issues such as air and sound pollution, increased traffic, burdening already stressed infrastructure, and social concerns about targeting a low-income area for development that brings primarily low-wage, high-turnover jobs. Despite this outpouring of concern, it appears that the council has not been totally convinced, and as this project continues to be discussed. So I'd like to offer some alternative visions for our community. Our city possesses abundant opportunities to pursue sustainable growth that aligns with our values and long-term vision. Instead of allocating valuable land to logistics warehouses, we could invest in developments that foster community, encourage growth of small businesses, or expand green spaces, educational and cultural facilities. Heck, we don't even have a movie theater in Hemet. And I attended a guild meeting this morning where women who have been long-term residents of Hemet said, there is no culture in Hemet. It really saddened me to hear this. After attending the July 1st Planning Commission meeting, I learned that 5 new development projects are planned on the west side of the city. Tres Cerritos West, Hemet 94, Simpson Meritage, Florida Promenade, and 25220 Warren Road. Together, these projects propose over 1,500 new homes. These homes, along with those already constructed along Dominagoni west of Warren Road, or Winchester Road, provide easy access to this area where the warehouse is proposed. So I think it's ideal for a solid mixed-use area. And 8 acres that I just heard about tonight, I don't think would cut it. I think we need bigger things. A recent conversation with a friend's daughter who was visiting from San Diego highlighted the perception of our community. When I remarked to her on my envy of San Diego's cool climate, her response was, yes, it is much cooler, but not only in temperature. This comment was telling. Will building a large logistics warehouse make Hemet cooler? Does it align with the city's ongoing rebranding efforts? I would hate for our city to become known as the home of logistic warehouses.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
We are about halfway through the comments, so we are going to take a 10-minute recess and we're going to come back.
Do not try to talk to the council members during the break, please. Thank you. Why don't I come down? This feels very weird. Yes, ma'am.
You would have to talk to the city clerk. He is. He is the one that has a leg that hurts. A leg that's kind of bum.
paved in front of their warehouse on one side of the street.
Well, that's their proposal. But if they wanted to extract more skin from the developer, what they can do is insist on, let's say a $2 million upfront payment, which would be equivalent to repaving, not the repaving, but reconstruction of about a mile of road. So not 1,000 feet, 5,000, right? And in addition to that, let's require an annual contribution forever, not a 5-year deal or a 10-year deal or a 20-year deal. That road's going to be repaired every single year. You don't necessarily, if they're one of 7 warehouses, whatever, you don't need to pay for every truck stop on time. We have other revenue that goes towards roads. But you need to pay, you would get paid a substantial sum. And I'm not sure that this project today doesn't cover a lot of that. It's not the streets. So I'm analyzing ways that help them if they felt like so that's what I'm trying to work through and analyze while I'm listening to
I don't know that we're halfway.
Yeah.
Could everyone please take their seats? We will now continue with our public comments.
The next speaker is. Hello? No? Testing.
We have a city attorney's mic down.
Just me.
Can we have the mics adjusted, please?
Testing? Ha ha. Mayor, would you like the gavel down here?
Wait, I want equal testing time.
This up there? Would you like this up there?
What? Okay, here we go.
A real?
Annette Hillis is the next speaker. Glad you all are enjoying yourselves. And then Roy will be the next one.
Good evening, council members. My name is Annette Hillis, and I am a 40-year resident of Hemet. So, I have a vested interest in the city. I rise to strongly oppose warehouse development in our city because this project will harm our community more than it will help. Let's begin with the roads. Myth or not, the infrastructure in the proposed area is not designed to handle the volume and weight of daily semi-truck traffic, which we all acknowledge will occur. Countless diesel trucks will roll through our streets that were built for light local traffic and not industrial transport. The city expects our neighbors in our neighborhoods to just absorb the wear and the congestion. You'd have to be naive to think that these problems will not occur. Next, the environmental impact. Warehouses of this scale are not just buildings. They are sprawling complexes that consume our beautiful open land and emit pollution. On top of that, they are eyesores. Sure, you can have all this greenery all around it, some trees and ground cover, but the fact remains they are overwhelmingly unpleasant to look at. The air quality in adjacent neighborhoods home to many children and seniors will suffer. Noise pollution will increase, local wildlife habitats and will be disrupted or destroyed. Nobody, including you, wants to leave that kind of devastating legacy behind. I too use AI, and as far as jobs are concerned, many warehouse jobs will change drastically within the next few years. They're going to be changed to automation and artificial intelligence. Amazon's already doing it. It's happening already. So experts say that there will be a 30 to 50% reduction in warehouse jobs within the next 5 to 10 years. This is not a long-term solution. I mean, this is not going to be lasting forever. It's probably just going to be a few years, and then they'll be automated. Let's see. And finally, the retired teacher in me who taught in this valley for decades. I had a poster that I always placed in my classroom from elementary to secondary. What it says applies to this very situation. I truly believe its message. It reads, "What is popular is not always right, and what is right is not always popular. So listen to your conscience, listen to your constituents, and do what is right for this community." Thank you very much.
Roy Michael, who has 6 minutes, followed by Mike Becker.
Good evening, City Council members. There we go. Thank you, sir. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Peterson. My name is Roy Michael. I am a 10-year resident of Hemet, and I am in opposition of this warehouse. I would like to personally apologize to the City Council for my loud laughter earlier because of what one gentleman said. All I can say to apologize is, I love a good joke. There have been 3 iterations now of this warehouse. It's like they're taking the paperwork and throwing it up against the wall just to see if something will stick. This building is going to be the same size as Kirby. Has that been accepted? Really? I think it's a little late to accept it. It's like accepting a lousy neighbor that moves next door and is going to be there for the rest of your life. Now let's face the facts and reality. The bubble has burst on warehouses. There are currently over 700 empty warehouses in Southern California. Amazon is closing millions of square feet of warehouses per month, and they are the leader in warehouses. Plus, the numbers that I just heard are exactly. Rialto, buy one of those warehouses that are right out on the highway. You can be in business tomorrow. Newland Capital will make plenty of money on this, cash their check, and leave town. The owner, if I could talk to him directly, I would tell him that you have proven to be very good at building houses. Do what you're good at. Build a bunch of houses there, put a big shopping center in there, and that'll be a great gateway to the city of Hemet instead of 1 million square feet of warehouse. I resent being told that I'm against warehouses. I'm not. Warehouses are the lifeblood of the trucking industry. They move so much product, it's unfathomable, so that we can have food in our fridges, we can have a couch in our living room, we can have a nice big bed and a TV in our bedroom. Yeah, I have a big TV in my bedroom. Remember the game that they used to play in Sesame Street, What Doesn't Belong? A horse, a cow, and a skyscraper. What doesn't belong? Warehouses have their place. Way up Warren, up against the mountain, perfect place for them, absolutely perfect place for them. 12 to 14 miles from a major highway. It's just bringing traffic in, and both of these warehouses that we've talked about tonight are way stations. The stuff comes in and then gets shipped out. Minimal amounts of it are coming into Hemet, and there is no sales tax for Hemet in any of this because there's no sales tax involved in all this. Think about Sesame Street. What doesn't belong? They're trying to stick this to us. Please don't let them do it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mike Becker, followed by Kevin Saunders.
Hello, Mike Becker. I live in Hemet. I own a home in Hemet. That shouldn't have been a bad thing. First time here, first time talking, so thank you all for letting me be here. I'm going to talk about me. I'm going to talk about how this impacts me. There was a comment earlier about this warehouse is perfectly situated in the outskirts of Hemet. I live in the outskirts of Hemet. I live on Warren Road. When I shop Hemet, I drive Warren Road. When I go to a restaurant, I drive Warren Road. When I go to church, I'm on Warren Road. You're not even improving the section that I'm on, the S-turn. Do something there. It is a mess. You start having trucks going up and down that road is going to be under repair constantly. The stop sign at Stetson and Warren is not set up for the cars that go there. Start on one side, go to the other car, and your car is bouncing like that from the big trucks, slamming the brakes on and pushing the hot asphalt. It's not nice. This is going to continue. It's going to get worse as these trucks start coming down Warren, and that S-turn is just going to become more dangerous. There's times right now I wait 5 minutes to turn left. Now I'll have to wait for the traffic to get past the stop sign before I can get onto Warren. So that's my concern. That's me. There's a lot of other people that live along Warren or that take Warren or take Stetson, take any of the other roads. And your little fix of Simpson along where you're building and the little stretch from Simpson of Warren to the bridge, well, who's that for? Oh, the trucks. Yeah. The road hasn't even expanded. What, you put a little stuff along the side. What does that benefit? No one. No one. So that's it. That's me. I'm here. Thank you.
Kevin Saunders, followed by Thomas Schneider. Mr. Saunders?
Mr. Saunders, I think, had to leave. He, as you know, runs the Chamber of Commerce, and he was at the facility today, and he supports the project for the local businesses, but he
Thanks,
couldn't
Mr.
stay.
Lenzer. Thomas Schneider? Followed by Donna Swanson.
Good evening. I wasn't expecting to be here tonight because I was here before and spoke before you, and I thought this project was pretty much over with. But here I am at great expense. This is my 52nd wedding anniversary. I should be having dinner with my wife, not here. So I greatly oppose this thing. You there? I listened to some of the stuff, some of the people talking here, and you know, the old antics just keeps coming to my mind that I can't get out of it. Figures don't lie, but liars can figure. And I'm listening to stuff here going, oh my God, where do they get these numbers? 2 trucks an hour? You can't run a warehouse on 2 trucks an hour. You'll go broke. So also there's been no mitigation here. There's still pollution, still things going on. Some of the comments I heard were that, gosh, we're going to hire people here because our Rialto place has trouble keeping employees. They keep going to Walmart and keep going here. Well, pay them more money. That's why they're leaving. And for my construction brothers back here, you knew the job when you took it. It involves travel. I'm an attorney, retired. I drove 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours every day. Go to different courts, moving around. Choice I make. The other thing is that's interesting is these people are right. Warehouses are being automated all over the country. There's not going to be jobs here. The jobs are going to be next to nothing. The only jobs are going to be repairing the robots that are working in the warehouse. Also, for the young man who went online and looked, I was coming home from San Diego last week, and a little thing popped up that said, 10 ugliest cities in California. Guess what? Hemet's number 5 on the list. If you think a warehouse is going to make us less ugly, you're smoking something I don't think we should be doing. I mean, you're going in the likes of Victorville, Fresno, Bakersfield, and Hemet. Wow. Doesn't fit. Like you said, sesame seed. What doesn't fit? And to my council and Mr. Males, I'm a District 4. I do live in Hemet. I moved to Hemet last 4 years because I liked living here. I traveled Warren Road for years going to Lake Havasu from Marietta, where I came from, and a warehouse doesn't fit. If they want a warehouse, there's 2 of them right there on the freeway in Menifee. They've been empty for 2 years. Right by the freeway, they're empty. A good friend of mine has a business right next door. Empty. Thank you.
Okay, Donna Swanson, followed by Leticia Leon.
Hi, I'm Donna, and I've been a resident of Hemet for 9 years. And I'm going to make this really quick. I am no for warehouse. And a reminder, the city planners voted 5-0, no warehouse. The city council voted 5-0, no to warehouse. And because of an error, I believe in filing, that's why we're all still doing this. And I hope you all remember why we voted you voted 5-0, no warehouse. Thank you.
Leticia Leon. Acelo Martinez. Marcelo Martinez. Tom Austin.
Thanks for letting me speak. My name's Tom Austin. I am a happy resident in our beautiful Solera Diamond Valley in Hemet, and I strongly oppose this warehouse. First off, I, not being derogatory, but I am disappointed, like what Donna just said, that you as a group disapproved this project earlier and allowed it to come back through some sweet talking, I guess. Also, I want to reiterate what Donna said, that our own city planning commission strongly disapproved this. And it's shocking that, that committee and that group pass that on to you, and you're hopefully not going to approve it with their disapproval. So anyway, I just don't want you to approve this and, further tarnish our city and our valley. A couple examples that I've lived through. We are, the Solera Diamond Valley, we're the closest senior citizen community. We're directly, affected by this. Our lifestyle, the noise, the roads. Warren, Dominagoni. I've been out a couple times, the last few months on a day trip for something in and out, in the middle of the week, middle of the day, and come back, and I've had a hard time getting off Dominagoni to get on to Warren. And in the morning, the rush hours and nighttime, it's the same way going both ways on and off that bridge. So I consider that above all other things a showstopper on this, that bridge. There is just no way that, I think it's preposterous to even think that intersection could support heavy, extensive, and slow-moving trucks coming on and off. It just is not going to work. So I don't see how we could get past that point. And I haven't seen anything that would get us there. I'll give you another example of some of the times builders will propose nice things and building things. I got a couple examples how that doesn't work. Our two new warehouses, Kirby and the one on Wentworth across from Dunkin' Donuts, they're built. You know, they're going to build, improve the streets or something. What they did in both places, they paved the immediate lane directly in front of their buildings. They did not even have the decency to pave the whole street, both lanes. And the Kirby one involves 4 lanes, you know, so they did 2 lanes. So I don't know if there's an oversight on your part,
Thank
of
you.
the city.
Your comments are up, Ms. Strawson. Thank you.
Next speaker is
Okay.
Shaul Rosenauer. Shaul. Followed by Mitzi Carver.
Council, Mayor, my name is Shaul Rosenreger. I'm here on behalf of myself and as a representative of the Green Coalition of San Jacinto Valley. And I'm going to cut my comments in half because I respect your time and you've heard it all. You've heard it all many times. I just want to encourage you to remember that these warehouses are being rejected by communities all over the Inland Empire for the same reason they're rejected here when they're near residential areas. I want you to be proud of Hemet. I want you to think long term. This is your legacy. We don't want to be known as a warehouse city or diesel valley. And we just hired North Star to create a brand for our city. Let's stay true to our heritage, to our values, to the community we love, and not be known as dirty, noisy, desperate warehouse city. Thank you so much.
Mitzi Carver. Followed by Kathy Caraher.
Good evening, Council and everyone here. My name is Mitzi Carver, and I have been a resident of Hemet for over 30 years. My husband and I raised our children here, and I love our beautiful valley. I also oppose to the warehouses in Hemet for 3 basic reasons. Number 1, too much dangerous air and noise pollution from the high volume of diesel trucks. We are a valley, and that traps the pollution along the mountains and the foothills. This was also confirmed by the experts you invited last year from UCR. Pollution is a fact of warehouses. Number 2, the destruction of our city roads that you have been working hard to repair and improve. I'd hate to see all your terrific work and our money wasted by constant heavy trucks tearing up these very roads. Truck damage to roads is another fact of warehouses. Number 3, according to an article in the Orange County Register in August 2023, the number of empty warehouses in Southern California tripled in just the 2 years from 2021 to 23. That comes to 47 million square feet of empty warehouse space, and approximately 18 million of that empty space is already in the Inland Empire. So I think the warehouse bubble is bursting, and Hemet is likely to end up with big, empty monster buildings. And the one thing we don't need is another empty building. Please, empty buildings do not offer jobs either. Since the first warehouse in town hasn't even opened yet, I think it prudent to wait and see how things develop with this warehouse before building more in town. I met with the branding consultants last month, and I wish I'd known then about the YouTube slideshow song, Welcome to Hemet, by Donnie Boyle. If you haven't watched it, I strongly recommend you do. The slideshow presents our Ramona Play, our nature trails, lakes, horse ranches, golf courses, and the Thomas Kincaid painting of our train station, all with clear, sunny skies. The video definitely shows Hemet as a respite to all the freeways and warehouses in the Inland Empire. Hemet can't be both a city with access to natural beauty and recreation as well as a diesel truck warehouse town. The two images don't coexist. In fact, warehouses and their trucks will destroy the beauty and calm shown in the video. Finally, in conclusion, rather than only looking to outside investors to help develop Hemet, I strongly urge you and our community to invest in ourselves. The steps coming up to this room have the names of community members who supported building this library. I also remember the SOS campaign to save our station that is now a historical landmark. Both of these projects will also provide local jobs to complete. We can build things, and we can do it ourselves. We can do this.
Thank you, Ms. Carver.
Thank you.
Kathy Caraher, followed by Melanie Moyer.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Caraher. I'm a resident of Hemet. I've lived here for 8 years. I'm concerned about the mega warehouses. I think regular-sized warehouses, actually the one on Wentworth, has a functioning business in it where there's people that can drive to work. We need more of that kind of investment in Hemet. Can't hear me? Sorry about that. I've commuted for 33 years for my career. The last 3 years I commuted to New York. So if anybody's complaining about their commute, it's the job you picked, whatever reason, you can get up and move, but I didn't, I commuted. Anyway, Hemet's 2024 school district consists of 22 schools with 22,000 students. Hemet's retired people over the age of 65 is 2,225. The toxic fumes from diesel fuel, brakes, and tires cause asthma, heart issues, emphysema, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD. Please remember your 5-0 Planning Commission vote that was voted by the Planning Commission, and your vote on April 8th turning down this project. This new plan does not change the past issues that we have raised. Hemet may need jobs, but I question the various speakers as to their even being from Hemet. We need to be supported by our local community. We need industry training jobs and clean businesses. I think you're all as tired as I am, so I'm going to stop.
Melanie Moyer, followed by Megan Singer.
I was not planning on talking. My name is Melanie Moyer. Both my parents were born and raised in the Hemet Valley, so I have a lot of love for this valley. Even though I did not grow up in here, I was a teacher, retired school teacher in Marietta. I went on to Seattle to raise my children for 32 years, came back here and retired, and bought a home in the Solera Diamond Valley. And I moved here because it was beautiful. The hills, isn't it gorgeous? I mean, when I come in from Beaumont, I go, wow, this is so beautiful. I can understand why my parents loved it here so much. And my other family is Rosemary Sears. Linda, you know her. And she's 98. She would have been here today, but she was tired. So she said, Melanie, can you go talk? For me, the warehouses are ugly. Sorry. I was driving down Warren Road. So I live on Warren Road in Mustang. And I love it here. I love the community. I support it. That warehouse is so ugly, I will not be able to see the beautiful hills anymore. And that's why I bought there. I will not stay here if those are built. I promise you that. And since I'm retired, my investment for my retirement is my home. I'm gonna lose $50,000 when those warehouses go in. I already know it. And another thing is developers, you don't live here. You don't live here. You don't understand the community. A warehouse is not going to bring in jobs, guys. It's not. Maybe for 18 months, though I believe in jobs. I believe in capitalism. I love America. But those people that were back here wanting the warehouses, they're going to be here for 18 months, and then they're out of here. Somewhere else. Anyway, thank you so much, City Council.
Megan Singer. 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Followed by Gus Lua.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Megan Singer. I'm a homeowner here in Hemet. My husband was also here with me. He planned to talk. Unfortunately, he needed to take the littles home. They were back there running amok, absolutely a mess. So I will be speaking for him as well. We are both warehouse employees. We worked for the same company together in Paris. I've worked for that company for 9 years. That company has left California. They left California because they were leasing from another company for that facility, and they doubled the cost of rent on that facility. The lease doubled. So my husband and I are both losing our jobs. I lost my job in May. I have been on a job hunt since February when I found out that I was losing my job. I worked there for 9 years. I have a bachelor's degree. I'm on the cusp of my master's degree. I have a resume that speaks to my experience and knowledge in the warehouse. I worked as traffic control. I know what the trucks look like when they're coming in and coming out. I know what that traffic looks like, and it's not nearly as bad as it's being made out to be. I have experience that says, my resume says, I should have gotten a job by now. But companies, warehousing companies, they're leaving California because the cost that it takes to lease a facility. Right now, this is a building that is being built for the purpose of a company that wants to be here. They're building it. They're taking the cost to build it. That means it's not going anywhere. They're not going to be leaving immediately because they're spending too much money, too much investment to be here. So people who are looking for long-term jobs are going to be more likely to get one with this company who's going to put the investment out there than the people like myself. When we go to lunch, we're going to eat at a local restaurant. When we go shopping, we're going to go to someplace nearby. There's plenty of those. Warehouses are standing empty all over California, not because warehousing companies don't want to be here. They can't afford the lease. So let's not force this company to have to screw up and go someplace else because they can't afford the lease, so that you guys won't let them build here and they don't want to lease. They don't want to lease, right? If they don't want to lease, they want to build, that means they're going to be here for a long time. That's going to put the city up better. That's going to allow people to make money, families to be able to keep jobs. I can myself pay for my own kids. I should have gotten a job by now, but there's not enough warehouses in California anymore. That's just the way that is. My husband is working on that, and he's been working in that same company. I've been on a job hunt since February. I have been to 20, 30 interviews. I've put in about 300 applications. Most of them are ghost jobs, which is a very common thing. A lot of industrial organizational psychologists have studied ghost jobs, and companies put them out there a lot to make it look like they're hiring, but they're not. This company is going to. They're going to hire. My husband is already through the interview process for the Kirby facility with hopes to get a job there. I'd like to be able to apply for the Simpson facility if it gets put up. Working in the same building as my husband is problematic. Having a second building gives me an opportunity, right? I'm not the only one. I worked with lots of people that in my warehouse. Half my team at Paris lived out here in Hemet, half of them. I had a large team. There was about 50 of us. Half of them lived out here in Hemet. They're all out of jobs. They're all out jobs because that company left because the lease is too expensive to keep. So I asked the councilman to consider not just, the financial costs, but the personal impacts to people who are looking for jobs. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Gus Lua, followed by David Yang.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Lua. Thank you, council members, for having us here. For the past 12 years, I've had the privilege of growing with Rialto Distribution. I began the journey with them in 2013 as a warehouse manager in Carson, California. Today, I'm the vice president of the operations, overseeing several locations totaling over 5 million square feet, including our flagship 1 million square foot facility in Rialto. The growth, excuse me, the growth we've experienced as a company and that I've experienced personally has been nothing short of extraordinary. I am deeply grateful to have been part of the remarkable journey. Throughout that journey, I've witnessed firsthand the evolution of our company has been driven by an unwavering commitment to our employees, customers, and business success. We're very much looking forward to bringing the same unwavering commitment to the city and residents of Hemet. With our last impressions into the building on Kirby and the building in Simpson, I truly believe that there's strong alignment between the city of Hemet goals to provide equity and local jobs for its residents and the mission of Rialto Distribution. We understand how important it is for people to have job opportunities close to their homes and are excited to be able to provide that opportunity to the residents of Hemet. I've started the interviews already with several Hemet residents over the last 2 weeks, and it's overwhelmingly a lot of heartwarming stories that I've heard from several interviewees that have to wake up their kids at 5 o'clock in the morning and drive for 2.5 hours to drop their kids off at a daycare that's close to where they're working. We at Rialto Distribution want to be able to provide jobs at driving distance where people can actually spend time with their kids, go back home and prep a meal for them, spend time with them at their local events, extracurricular activities. I've heard several people here speak about automation. I've been with the company for over 10 years. None of our facilities currently have any automation, and it's not in the horizon anytime soon.
Thank you, Mr. Lua. Your comments are up.
Thank you.
David Yang. Is Mr. Richard Wind here? Oh, okay. Mr. Yang has 6 minutes.
I'm not going to need it all because, like somebody else said, it's been said. But I have some questions. You said that your company serves companies such as Walmart, Target, Costco. Are these the companies that are moving into this warehouse? Have they committed to our warehouse that you want to build in Hemet? If they are, I'd like to hear that. Do I hear anything? Thank you. You also talk about a 40% reduction. Is that in square footage? I'm going to assume it is, in which case your numbers are wrong. You can't go from 1.2 million to almost 900,000 and and reduce it by 40%. So I don't know what else to believe. You know, I'm thinking about a smaller warehouse, 900,000. But you're going to try and move the same amount of goods through that warehouse, correct? I'm assuming you are, otherwise you're giving up business. So to move the same amount of goods through a smaller warehouse means more frequent trips. Not less, more. You've got to turn it over faster. You got to get those trucks in and out of there faster. So you're going to create more trips, more pollution, more noise, more destruction of the roads. You're not going to make it better. You're going to make it worse. And I keep hearing about jobs. Really? One robot, just one, probably can work 7 hours, 8 hours a day, 7 hours a week, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. That's 168 hours. That's 4 full-time, 40-hour per week employees. And you don't think a smart businessman's going to put that robot in there? It's coming. If it's not on the horizon, you're living on a flat world. And the roads, that bridge that goes on the Dominigoni, really, is that going to support that traffic? So what are they going to do? Just back up? Or just start driving on other roads to get on the Dominigoni? Yeah. So, you know, more traffic, more breakdown of roads, more pollution, more noise. So, like I said, it's all been said pretty much before. I do want to say that if you approve this project, you're opening up the floodgates. There'll be no way you can deny other projects, and you really will ruin this town. Thank you.
Kathy Smith, followed by Pam Young.
Thank you, City Council members. My name is Kathy Schmidt. I have lived in the Hemet area since the mid-1960s. My parents have owned property in here, in this area, since the 50s. I hadn't planned to speak today, but here I am. I do want to, most people have said already what I would have said about pollution, about traffic, the destruction of our roadways by heavy trucks that will be constantly going in and out. You already know that. I wanted to point out that we had several union construction people speak in favor of it. Those people are here temporarily. Those construction jobs are temporary. They'll take their money and leave town. They don't actually live here. We live here. Now, the jobs that the warehouses would provide are non-union jobs, and they're low pay. They're talking about providing homes here for people. Those people with minimum wage jobs can't afford to buy a home here. So those jobs that the warehouses would provide are of minimal value. And it's been pointed out that warehouses are going towards automation. So those jobs in the warehouses won't even be there. And think of the size of a warehouse, the amount of property that takes up for what could be in its place. Businesses like Trader Joe's, which we would all like to see come here, won't come here because of warehouses. Actually, they look at the population and the median wage. Warehouse wages are not going to bring the kinds of businesses we want here. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Pam Young, followed by Carol Samard.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Pam Yang, and this is the 6th time I've spoken before you concerning the warehouses. I hope it's the last. Before I spoke about its humongous size and its obstruction of the sun and our beautiful valley and mountains, the trucks' noise, pollution, traffic, and wrecking the roads. I hope you all are listening to us tonight. We do not take this warehouse thing lightly, with plans of hop-skitching warehouses all over town. When I was growing up, there was an area in town where there were warehouses, factories, and the like, and we refer to it as the other side of the tracks. Houses on the other side of the tracks sold for less money because of the noise, the traffic, and the unsightly buildings surrounded them. As a reminder, the City of Hemet's goal is to create viable neighborhoods and sustain high quality of life for Hemet citizens, and to make Hemet a desirable place to live, work, and play. With that goal in mind, please let's stop planning warehouses and work on plans for educational buildings, new housing developments, trade schools, more restaurants, and grocery stores. I applaud you for the new Vallarta supermarket. We are lamenting over the loss of Joann's, and we need a fabric shop. We would love a Trader Joe's. Once again, I will remind you that the people who live in the areas near the warehouses have higher incidences of asthma and other health problems, especially children. Don't make Hemet the city on the other side of the tracks. Hemet's citizens deserve better. Hemet citizens' lives matter. Vote no on warehouses. My husband and I, who just spoke, have been here for 11 years.
Thank you. Carol Samard. And Mayor, I would just note that we have 32 speaker cards left. You put them in. And Ms. Samard has 9 minutes.
All right, so I apologize ahead of time. I know I'm going to be repeating things that you've already heard, but as you can see, I had my text ready. So my name is Carol Simard. Good evening, everybody in the audience and council members. Thank you to those who gave me their minutes to speak. Thank you, City Council, for opening this special City Council meeting. I am a resident of Hemet, the Del Webb community, and tonight, in the spirit of streamlining presentation times, I will speak for both my spouse and myself. We oppose the Newland-Simpson project. I know that some people think of the Del Webb residents as old retired people and that we should have done our due diligence before purchasing our house. Some residents in our community bought their home in 2006. I wonder what due diligence they could have done back then to anticipate the construction of mega warehouses near their newly purchased home. We bought our house in 2014, and it never occurred to us that such a thing could happen on our doorstep. The only thing that we were expecting was a shopping center at the corner of Florida and Warren, and we know now that that never happened and doesn't look like it will. Now that we are aware of such a project, the Newland-Simpson project, we are trying to voice our disapproval. As parents, don't we want better for our children than what we had? I know I do. I think that Hemet should be forward-thinking rather than looking in the past for projects to improve the city. Warehouses, as presented in the applicant proposal, are almost a thing of the past. As you remember, I'm sure, the initial project was voted down not to recommend to City Council by the Planning Commission 5-0, and it was voted 5-0 by City Council not to approve this project. It wasn't denied either, as we heard before. At that time, without adequate overriding considerations, there were significant unmitigable and unavoidable impacts that are summarized in the staff report as loss of prime farmland, exceedance of greenhouse gas emission, significant noise impacts at nearby sensitive receptors, and excessive vehicle miles traveled not meeting CEQA thresholds. The revised project has not changed the overall picture to reduce the impact below significant levels. In spite of a claim of a 40% reduction in size of the project. All the key concerns that the city had at the April meeting remain. From the report of the revised project, loss of farmland is unchanged. The report characterized the land as, quote, underutilized. That's on page 80 in the overriding considerations. Until very recently, there were people working on that land, growing and harvesting food nearly 365 days a year. I don't consider that underutilized. The report also states that the greenhouse gas impact remains as significant and unavoidable, page 128 in the report. The off-site noise impact at adjacent sensitive sites is still significant and unavoidable for segments of Simpson, Warren, and Mustang roads, page 65. The excessive vehicles miles traveled impact remains as significant and unavoidable, page 67. These unavoidable and unmitigable impacts and the resulting pollution will cause a degradation in the quality of life for the residents, and in some cases, lifetime reduction. To offset these impacts, the staff report presents an analysis of the economic benefits. What is presented in the staff report are various construction and operating costs and fees, including labor costs. Labor costs are presented in projected job counts. There is no indication as to what the benefits are specific to city employment, and either no commitment or obligation from the applicant to hire a Hemet-based workforce. And even if they did, how long would it last with robotization that has already started in other warehouses? No consideration or accounting of negative factors regarding the city budget from the increase in traffic, road maintenance, etc. is presented. We, owners of residences living near warehouses in a city that is promoting warehouse development, have a good idea of the economic impact. A reduction in property values, in some cases that will result in less tax revenues. Don't be confused by the revised project, which assesses a reduction in impact. The impacts remain significant and unavoidable without adequate overriding and considerations, as it was when you voted against this project. Please don't let the applicant pull the wool over your eyes. This new proposal is nothing different from the previous proposal. My spouse and I are opposed to the Newland Simpson warehouse project. We say yes to local jobs in retail and other types of jobs, but no to warehouses in Hemet. Please reject this project. Please vote no. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Next speaker is Sherry Simonson. Sherry Simonson. Erica. Sherry Simonson. Simonson. Thank you. Okay. Followed by Erica Arpaccio.
My name is Sherry Simonson, and I'd like to thank you for your time. You've had to sit here all night long, listen to this numerous times. I think you know the side of the room, majority all oppose this, and we find it very disruptive to our community, to such a lovely backcountry road, the wildlife there. When I moved here 5.5 years ago, it was very green, lush, farmland. I left Chino Hills because it was growing so. When I first moved there, you had a small dairy right down the street. You had the wild Canadian geese that would come every year. Now it's a shopping center. And I moved here to have this more rural, I guess, area. I am still working. I make the commute on Don Magoni. It is 16 miles from where Warren Road is in Don Magoni to the 15 freeway. It is 16 miles. It is 36 traffic signals. It takes me 50 to 60 minutes to go that distance. You add this many more trucks coming back and forth into our town, it is going to double that. I get to the freeway and I can make it to where I work in Brea and Yorba Linda in a half hour. Yet I'm spending an hour of my time just to get to the freeway from this city of what I thought was small rural area. Everybody has voiced their opinions. I don't want to have to repeat everything they have said, but I think you understand we oppose this dearly and hope you will vote against it. We thought we had that passed once before, but yet we are here again. And I don't want to take up any more of your time. There are so many of us you have to listen to. So I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simon. Erica Arpacio. Erica Arpacio. Thank you. Followed by Royal Fraser.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, and fellow residents. My name is Erica. I am a resident of Hemet, and I am against the project. My husband and I each commute up to 140 to 160 miles round trip. So I am aware of waking up early in the mornings and the long hours we have to sit in traffic. Even then, we are aware when we moved to Hemet, that was a sacrifice we needed to do in order to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Hemet. But also we do not see how a warehouse that has a high turnover, low paying wages will be the answer to the prosperity and the potential Hemet has. I am here tonight to respectfully urge you, especially Councilmember Joe Mills, my district representative, to please fully reject and deny permanently this warehouse. This project doesn't just pose a traffic or health concern, it threatens the very identity and future of Hemet. It would bring thousands of diesel truck trips daily to our roads, funneling heavy industrial traffic. And let's talk about the Warren Road Bridge. It's too narrow, too old, and completely unprepared for this kind of traffic. I did not see anything in the proposal for the company that is building the warehouse that they would do anything for this bridge. So what happens? That is going to fall on the city to fix. And where does that funding come? From our tax dollars. There is something even bigger at stake. Hemet's image. This warehouse will be the first thing people see coming into our city on the Minigoni Parkway, our main gateway. Instead of a scenic open space and mountain views, visitors will see loading bays, truck traffic, and an industrial box. Is that the message you want to send? Because in truth, Hemet is at a crossway. Are we trying to rebrand as a growing, vibrant city, one with retail, restaurants, community gathering spaces, and smart development? Or are we quietly rebranding as a warehouse town, a pass-through city of trucks and storage? Warehouses don't build a future, they block it. Congestion, pollution, low-wage jobs. And once you allow one like Kirby, many more will come. Please do not let these AI pictures paint you a false image of what could potentially be. There are better alternatives. This land could support retail, small business spaces, local services, places that generate tax revenue, and attract visitors and serve our residents. That's how we strengthen our economy without sacrificing our identity. The Planning Commission recommended denial. Actual residents of Hemet have made their voices clear that we do not want this. Now we're asking you, what kind of Hemet do you want to build? Deny this warehouse, protect our health and our roads and the face of our city. Thank you and have a good night.
Royal Fraser, followed by Manny Jimenez.
Good evening. My name is Royal Frazier, and I am a 20-year resident of the Banning Pass area. I spoke last time. I'm writing to express my strong support for the Simpson project. Having lived in this community for over 2 decades, I've seen firsthand the positive impacts that stable employment and industrial growth can have on our community, and I believe this project represents a significant opportunity for further positive development. I am currently the office manager at Rialto Distribution. However, I hear this a lot. I've been in this industry 30 years, and I've been on the floor. I've done many positions to get where I'm at. I put my kids through college, and I support the opportunities given by Rialto Distribution and the past residents. I'm confident the Simpson project will afford similar opportunities to many others that I've heard this evening. It's not just a minimum wage paying job. It's a life choice that you make. And if you work hard, you can make something of yourself. So 30 years doesn't just mean I've been a manager for 30 years. It took me hard work and determination to get here. With Rialto's support, the commitment to their internal training and growth opportunities they've given me, this is where I'm at today, but it's not where I've been the whole time. So I believe in the logistics industry, and I believe in this project. Thank you.
Manny Jimenez. Followed by Francisco Rodriguez.
Good evening, council team. My name is Manny Jimenez. I'm an employee of Rialto Distribution. I've been with the company for 11 years now. I just want to point out, I'm a resident of the city of Fontana. I live close to Jurupa, and that area is infested with warehouses. But just want to point out that I've been living there for 8 years now, and I do not have any issues getting home or going to work. My kids go to school locally, and there's no issues with the trucking, with anything. We used to have a warehouse there, and now that we're in Rialto, I have zero issues getting to where we need to be. Even in case of emergency, we can have easy access to our kids going to school. My girlfriend was able to find a job close by, which is beneficial, 5 minutes away from home. So that's something that coming out here, I see is going to be beneficial. I was here for the job fair that we hosted, and I was surprised. Honestly, I was expecting maybe about 100 people, and we ended up with 10 times the number, maybe a little bit more. After hearing the conversations, a lot of people, there's about 800 people that applied from Hemet. Hearing their stories, their struggles, that I can relate to because it's the same thing that happened over there. I see having local jobs, warehouses, is beneficial for a lot of the people. There's just so many people here that are not able to voice their opinions. There's a lot of people that were here earlier that left, obviously, because they probably have to go to work early in the morning, take their kids to daycare or whatever it is. But if they were here to voice their opinion, you would actually listen to them and see where they're coming from. And these are people that live here. So we're not trying to come and do anything other than continue our business, bring jobs to the city, and make the city prosper. Just as using Fontana as an example, they're doing great right now. It's the same thing that can happen to Hemet. Thank you so much.
Francisco Rodriguez, followed by Rosa Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Rosa is my wife. She won't be able to make it because same reason. She had to go to work and take care of our kids, just like many other families that actually left, or like 8 of them that I just crossed paths. But we're I don't work for Rialto. I've resided in Hemet since '98, and I've seen this wonderful city grow. And the major concern that I've seen both parties here is scenery, traffic, and noise normally. I personally was here for the job fair, okay? I saw the lines go around all the way to the train track, 2 hours in the heat, okay? I was here actually hearing people's concerns, and I've seen personally a lot of people's fear of losing their homes, not having jobs, and having to commute, just like myself, 2 hours one way, 2 hours back. I don't even see my kids. I'm tired of missing out their plays, their ball games, because I have to drive out. I have the same. And I don't know, but I've taken the initiative, okay, to actually done a little research and visited the warehouse itself. I've been in the warehouse distribution for 30 years, and all these concerns, they're over-exaggerated. I'm for Rialto and the factor that they're trying to bring this business here so we could feed our families, okay, so we could be locally and enrich our city. All these statistics and all these others, I mean, honestly, I don't remember any of these people being here worrying, and it must be nice if they don't have to worry about feeding their families or anything like that, okay? I'm driving 2 hours back and forth, okay, in order to actually make me zen, okay, but I'm not seeing my kids. So I really support this company because I've visited this company itself. I don't see all this AI and all this, that they're talking about. They're not going to be here. Like I said, these two parties have voiced their opinions, and I didn't see any AI. And they're coming in to bring in the work here for us. Okay, they're telling you to open shopping centers or retail, but in reality, they're investing their money here in our city. They're taking the initiative for that. So please, for all those people that weren't able to be here and the people that had to leave in order to support their families, please vote in favor of this warehouse coming in here into our city, okay? This road, they're not opposing to to listen to the concerns, okay, or to, repairs or anything like that. They're even decreasing their size in order to
Mr. Francisco, your comments are up.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker is Tina Howard. Tina Howard. Hillary Ross. Christina Felix. Got a Christina Felix. Okay, 20 left. Rosa Mosqueda. Okay. Mariana Gonzalez. Leticia Ramirez. Jose Moran. Sharon Nguyen. Ms. Nguyen? All right.
Quite the entrance, huh? I'll keep it very quick, too. Just a couple of questions. We talk about the jobs coming to Hemet. Are the people hiring going to prioritize the people from Hemet? Can they tell us that if someone from Murrieta comes in and is more qualified, they're still going to put Hemet people over that? I think that's very important to answer. Another thing is they talked about the people coming in, the cars coming in and going out for people who are commuting. And there won't be so many because we're going to have this. Aren't the trucks, the semis, emitting more greenhouse gas than these cars are? I don't know, but it sounds like it might. Are the people who are wanting this, the hard workers, and I'm in Del Webb and I'm retired, and I did commute when I worked, and we did work hard, and we do know about wanting to be home with our children. Are they aware of the issues, the health issues for their children? Have they been truly made aware of that? And just lastly, right before I came here, I was talking with a friend, and she said, there's someone that has more wisdom than anyone else, and that we can look to for wisdom. And the words from this scripture is, let your no be no, and your yes be yes. So hopefully you will let your no be no from the last vote and uphold the integrity of your words. Thank you.
Rosara Landers. Rosaro Landers. Robin Felix.
Yay! Thank you all so much for sitting here. I know this has been a big deal, but you can see the passion that we all feel.
You have to speak onto the mic.
Sorry, I'm in theater. I usually project my voice, but I'm going to use the microphone. You all heard me. That was for you, first of all, because this is not an easy task. And you being here, us all being here. So I got a true story. I used to live here in Hemet over 30 years ago. You know where I lived? Where the lake is. I lived in the Damagoni Valley, which is the lake. And I worked at Masato's. Anybody know where Masato's is? It used to be in Winchester. Great Italian food. Worked there. Commuted to Long Beach for another second job. Was pregnant. Anyways, I have a crazy story. Anyways, and then I told myself, after I moved from Hemet, I was never going to move there again. Nope, never going to live in Hemet again. Then I saw Hemet, and I'm going, I live in Del Webb. It is an oasis. And I said, I'm moving to Hemet. This city is beautiful. And when I drove in, I saw land. And I don't know if you know, Tom, do you know the history? You were going to do like a history art stuff. You know the history of Hemet is an agricultural city. And Lake Hemet was actually made for growth. And you know what's going to happen? Those that control the food control the people. And so we have this beautiful agricultural place.
Can you please direct your comments to the council?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, forgive me.
They'd love to hear this too.
Okay, I know, but I just want to talk to Tom for a moment. Anyways, so it's an agricultural place, and so I feel like, why are we not joining forces with what Hemet is, the history of Hemet? It is an agricultural city, and we're going to put a big, huge monstrosity. What about food? When I saw the thing, it was furniture and clothing. We can't eat those things, but we can eat food. And I just feel like we need to go back to the roots. Another thing that I was thinking about too is that I'm an educator. I'm a teacher. I still teach. I commute to Temecula. I'm off for the summer. Yay. I'm a CTE teacher. I teach a college and career class, and I'll just tell you, kids nowadays, they are not, I'm not one student, I've taught the class for 6 years, not one time did a student say to me, Mrs. Felix, I want to be a warehouse worker. You know what they say? Mrs. Felix, yeah, I want to be a teacher. I want to go in the armed services. I want to be a business owner. We taught them entrepreneur classes. So a warehouse is not going to serve our community. We have beautiful buildings that need to be, we do have a movie theater, but it doesn't open. We do have a mall, but what's happening? That we're gonna have an outside entity come in and govern the things of our city when we have it right here. Downtown Hemet, you go down on that street and it's blight. but it's beautiful. And I thought, if our city council could get people in here and make this like a destination spot, I'm thinking like, how awesome would that be, those buildings? Okay, give a tax write-off. The one lady that said that she has to move, first of all, sometimes jobs go away. You have to retrain yourself. And why don't you buy
Thank you.
the things
Your
that have already been...
comments are up. Thank you.
Wasn't that fun? Thank you.
Dee Dee Henley. Nick. Ms. Henley. Followed by James Austin, if you're here.
Good evening. My name is Dee Dee Henley, and I live in Hemet. I'd like to give you a little bit different perspective. I've only lived here for nine months. My husband and I moved here last October, and we live in Morgan Crossing, one of the new residential communities. I'm sorry. There we go. We live in Morgan Crossing, one of the new residential communities. And I believe that there are quite a few more planned in the area. So I thought I'd like to give you a perspective of what a new resident feels about this project and what we'd love to see and be willing to help create here in Hemet. When various people talked about people leaving Hemet either for work, or we often drive down to Temecula to the Armstrong Garden Center, or other stores that aren't available here. If there were places here in Hemet, we would remain here. Our tax dollars, our sales tax dollars, all of those things would enrich this city. And we're a community of 150, and that's just one small community. As you add more residential communities like that, the city needs to grow the kinds of infrastructure, gas stations, grocery stores, restaurants, small businesses, services that can support that. And all of that will create a much bigger tax base for this city. And it certainly will create more of a tax base, I'm an accountant, than a warehouse, which doesn't really generate any kind of tax revenue for you. So that's something to think about for the future of this city, which hopefully we will remain in for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Next speaker is James Austin, who I've been told has left. Frank Ross. 10 left. Jenny Hess. Followed by Harlow Lenning.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at the slumber party tonight. Jenny Hess, East Hemet. I am not a Harvard professor or a silent majority, and I do have to work at 5 in the morning, but I'm still here and I'm still opposed to the warehouse project. I thought it might be inspirational tonight to revisit some very wise words, your words, from April 8th. And I quote, Councilmember Krupa, warehouses were nowhere in our concept when we developed the plan. I never envisioned a warehouse in that location, and I still cannot. Councilmember Kendrick, the public is speaking. Hemet deserves better. Councilmember Lodge, 10-year lease. Leases are broken all the time. Mayor Peterson, referring to the Kirby warehouse. Let's just see what the effects of the first big warehouse is on the city before we start approving another big one. Very wise words. Most of you also used the terms atrocious and monstrosity that night as well. Your heart and mind were both in the right place on April 8th. Your words were prudent. I hope we see your actions speak even louder than your words that night. The city needs jobs and revenue. I don't think anyone disputes that at all. Most of us want that. But the logistics industry is an ugly concrete crop of significantly vacant looming buildings across the entire county with severe job volatility, and AI and automation is coming. Please don't be bullied by condescending applicants and owners who are and remain disrespectful to and detached from the culture of this town, who continue to offer insulting incentives and improvements, who have the audacity to come up here and speak on our community members' feelings. Growth that we want and need is not 146 dock doors. Please let your legacies be finding a meaningful growth solution, one that is pro-culture, pro-union, pro-kid, pro-job, pro-family, pro-resident, pro-living wage. Warehouses are not living wages, not for most people there. You may want to consider a community-based committee to find such a solution: mixed retail, aerospace, defense, manufacturing. It looks like you have plenty of volunteers here tonight that would help you with that solution. And in closing, P.S., I didn't think this was an annexation talk tonight, but annexation has nothing to do with this and will not help it. No on annexation. Please visit HemondRegionInformed.org
Ms.
if you'd
Hess,
like
your
more info
public
on the math,
comments
not
are up.
mathing.
Harlow Lenning. Harlow Lenning. Followed by Jose Garcia from Luna.
Hi, my name is Harlow Lenning. I am a resident of Hemet, and I am opposed to the warehouse project. I just had a few words to say that, like, I was disappointed that we actually have to come here again tonight because I thought this project was killed. But unfortunately, I guess that's not, I guess it has reincarnated. Anyway, my main reason for opposing this is that I have a family history of lung problems on both sides of my family. And the particulates that are generated by not only the Kirby warehouse, which is close to where I live, but this one will just add more to the valley because, as people have said before, we live in a dish. And as I said, these particulates cannot be mitigated. Also, as I said, I don't enjoy driving over potholes, and this thing is going to generate destruction on our roadways. Let's see, I guess, as I said, basically, that's what I sort of had to say. As I said, a lot of other people have said a lot things probably more succinctly than I have, but this project needs to be opposed. Thank you.
Jose Garcia, followed by Irma Salgado.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jose Garcia. I'm a proud member of the Laborers International Union of North America for the past 34 years. First of all, I am not here for anybody to feel sorry for me. They're right. I chose this profession. So did Jesus. Jesus was a tradesman, a carpenter. And who do you think rides with me in my car every morning to make sure I get to work and back safe to my family? Jesus does. Okay, so let's not forget things. I'm going to be a little all over the place because it's all over the place. But somebody mentioned it right. Right now, we're all asking for retail. We're all asking for stores, restaurants. What is the biggest empty thing out there right now? We have no more Kmart, no more Sears, no more JCPenney, no more Fabric Outlet, no more Joann's, no more. All these stores are gone. Nobody is shopping there no more. The reason warehouses are thriving is because people order things online now. It's a change that's happening. We went from stagecoach, horses, to cars. We left the hand phone telephones to those big bricks to modern computers that we hold in our hands. We're in change. My wife right now, I'm not going to name drop, but she works for a company, been around for years. Let me figure out how to say this without name dropping. Aid Wright. She's a pharmacy technician. For the last 28 years, she's dedicated to her life, to our community, to serve our community, to make sure everybody gets their medicines on time. She just got her layoff notice. July 23rd is her last day. So retail is not the answer here. Please, let's know this. I'm the right color here of everybody here. These stores are no longer here. We support one place called Mart Wall, which is brought in products from other countries that use that money against us. What's wrong with us? And when we're building buildings, let's not call them warehouses, okay? If there's no security, let's call it a building. That building could be a producer of indoor food, like this lady was saying earlier. We need to think about food. I just came back from a trip from the Santa Barbara Valley, drove through all the fields there. All the food is on the floor. Let's not close our eyes to this, please. All the food is on the floor. This morning, they said tomatoes are going to go up more than double. What would tomatoes? Let's just take one item. What's going to affect that? Ketchup, pasta, salsa. What's going to happen to our restaurants? They're going to have to raise their prices. With no jobs, who's going to go to the restaurants? Come on, let's think of forward thinking like everybody's saying. But let's not just stay on one thought of a warehouse.
Mr.
Let's
Garcia,
manufacture it
your
in the
time is
USA
up.
again.
Irma Salgado. Irma Salgado. Herlinda Reyes. Herlinda Reyes. Norma Garcia. Norma Garcia. Jose Chavez. Evan McCrae. All right. 4 left.
All right, good evening, council. My name's Evan. I'm a proud member of LIUNA. You've heard this a few times this evening. I come to you not as fired up as Jose. Love the guy. He's one of my union brothers. And I just come to you guys not only as a member of LIUNA, but as a representative. We represent over 6,000 members locally in Riverside County. That includes here. And with your approval tonight, our members will be able to go to work on this project. That's one thing I'd like to tell you guys. It's really important to us. Obviously, we get our members to go to work. That's one of the things that we do. But I would, I could go on all night long and tell you guys everything you've already heard. Support this, oppose that. But really, I'd like you guys to just vote. Yeah, really, just vote. Vote for meaningful infrastructure improvements. You guys have heard them. Some people don't like them. They're not enough, but they're more than what you got. I'd like you guys to vote with the community in mind. Much like some of these people that got up here and they're very passionate about what's going on. A lot of people don't have work. They're out of work. This is an opportunity for them. Economic stability is very important, especially when it's very unsure times. You guys could turn on the TV. You guys can listen to the radio. People still do that now, I don't know. But it's extremely important to have economic stability for your members of your community, whether they're tradespeople or if they're just regular members of the community. Those that are either retired or still working. It's good to have the opportunity for them. So I ask that you guys would keep all this in mind. And one more thing that really bugged me, a job is as important as any other job. Nothing is more important than the next to someone that needs a job. So a warehouse job is as important as a teaching job. A labor job is just as important as somebody else building, I don't care what it is. A job is a job, and it's as important to the next person as it is to the one that needs one. Please don't forget that.
Jim Kozak. Followed by Dennis Young.
Thank you, council members. I've been a investor in Hemet since the year 2000 as a limited partner in the Rancho Diamante project. So I've been involved in Hemet one way or another for many years and have put my money where my mouth is, as opposed to some other people that we've heard tonight. And I think it's important that you look at a perspective here. You have a strategic plan that talks about a job, work, balance, lifestyle. And jobs is a very important criteria for economic stability, as we just heard. And last I saw, the census of Hemet was around 94,000 people. 1% is 940. This hall probably had tonight maybe 400 people, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. So that's less than 1% that you've heard tonight. And the room has been divided. You can decide by what percentage. So you're, as a council member here, you're looking at the entire city of Hemet and what it needs. And we've all heard how important it is to get our people working and how important it is for people that don't have a job to have a job. We've heard a lot of misrepresentation about warehouses and how much they pay. You've got a credit tenant that's investing over $100 million into your community with the Simpson project. How do you turn that away when you've got and additional improvements? This is something that you really need to look at in terms of your strategic plan. You've got a bird in the hand here, and you turn that away. What are you telling the investment community? Hemet is a hard place to deal with when you have people that have capital that's very expensive today in today's marketplace. We've got a golden opportunity to build a base and an economic engine here. It doesn't have to be more warehouses, but a lot of warehouses generate other small businesses and other manufacturing opportunities. So these are all things that you have to look at as an economic generator that can help build a foundation for the future. So I hope you'll consider that. We had many people that were called that are people that that did attend. They turned in a slip, but they couldn't wait because of the time frame. And I hope you'll consider some of the things that I mentioned as you're making your final decision. Thank you.
Dennis Young, followed by Miranda Anderson.
So, my name is Dennis Young. I'm been in Hemet about 6 years now. I'm definitely opposed to these warehouses. I believe we need to make Hemet a better place, but I don't think we're going to do that with more and more warehouses. We've already got Kirby. It's already built. I understand that, but it's not up and functioning. Let's see that up and functioning before we start approving another one. Okay. We can do so many more wise things for this town before we start building more and more warehouses. We need to invest in our community, our people. This is what Hemet's about. This is what drove me here. I love the fact that we have our mountains, our beautiful areas, our agriculture, the smell of manure in the morning. I love that. I grew up in Colorado. I love it. But that's what we are. We are not a warehouse town. We want that. We can go to Reno Valley. We can go to Riverside. There's other places for that. But we're just too far from any freeways for warehouses to be practical. I understand the investments, and I respect that. The other thing too is we have union brothers here. I'm 22 years paid into unions, so I respect my union brothers and sisters. I'm all about that, and I support them. But this is our home, not theirs, and so I respect them, and I want them to have work. We can give them work, but not in a warehouse. Let's do this sensibly. Give them a project. This is going to give them a project for 8 months, 12 months, whatever, to build a warehouse. Let's give them something more sustainable, something longer term, but let's build something that's going to sustain all of us for our people. Thank you.
Mayor, the last speaker is Miranda Anderson.
Hello, my name is Miranda Anderson. Thank you for having me speak here today in front of everybody. I'm here on behalf of myself and my mother and my father. They're both truck drivers, and they both spend their time away from home, like, immensely. And I apologize to be up here and have a shaky voice or have tears in my eyes, but it is the life that I've lived ever since I was a baby. Like, my mom has took on that responsibility to drive trucks far, out of state, in state. I am a resident of Hemet, California, this beautiful city, this beautiful town, and I believe that people here do need jobs. They do need jobs. I'm here as an applicant. I'm here as a worker. I've worked in warehouses. I have had to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning. I've had to have sleepless nights to watch my brother. So I'm here asking you guys to approve this project because my mother needs a job and I need a job. And I know there's other people in here that do need jobs as well. And we have applied locally. And we will continue to apply locally no matter what. And I understand people here have this no warehouses signs, and they want healthy communities, and they want strong economy, and they want safe streets. I did write that all here. And I believe that this will still offer us to have that strong community, that strong economy, and the safe streets. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry for my booing to anybody who has stand up here and said what they believe. I believe that gas emissions and no pollution is right, but I believe that providing people with jobs, local jobs. I live on the north side of Hemet. This warehouse is not far from my home. And I know that I can walk there, I could take a bike there, I can take the bus there. And I as well know that I'm a student of San Jacinto College. And I love that college with my whole heart. And I'm going to continue to go to college there. And I'm going to continue to work, whether it's in a warehouse or whether it's with my parents or whether it's with my family.
Ms. Sanderson, your public comments up.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the public speaker cards the clerk has given me, but I think the clerk has some items to read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I do have some comments that I do want to note for the record, and I will simply label the names or state the names and then whether they were opposed or support of the subject before you. T.R. Johns was opposed. Connie Coronado opposed. Nicole Rankin support. Leon Flowers opposed. Natasha, no last name, opposed. Richard Ujadowski opposed. Roderick Jones opposed. Brandy Jones opposed. Stephanie Cotton support. Abigail Smith opposed. And those are the last names for the record, Mayor.
I will now close the public hearing. Once again, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Cheers and Escondido. Yeah, they would go to, the school where I was. And even in junior high, but then in high school, I could have worked at a reading lab, but there wasn't
We have closed the public hearing. I will now bring the discussion back for city council deliberations. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
I do. Do I get to go first? Okay. First of all, I was on the Planning Commission, and I was one of the 5-0 against.
We can't hear you, Kai.
I read everything. I think at the Planning Commission, I even asked, who ate today a meal? Did anybody eat today? No. Because we have agriculture that provides what we need, and California is slowly decreasing its agriculture. Now, why Hemet? I ask that all the time. Why Hemet? We've got warehouses on the highway that are empty. Rialto has, what is that, Highway 15 and 215. That is no problem to get in and out. I have to get up tomorrow too because I work. I have a truck coming in at 7 o'clock. He drives in, we unload, and we get it out. So I'm a worker too. But let me make it very clear. This valley cannot sustain the green gases that will be coming and are coming right now. In the past, since May 19th of this year, we have had 11 days that were not air quality problems. And this month, we have not had one day. So I don't care where you work or where you live or any of that stuff. If it impacts your health, it's the whole reason why my parents moved us out of here in the 60s and the 70s. My great-grandfather came into this valley and ran Howard Rose Company. And it was an agricultural business. It was set up as an agricultural town. I can't help it if the EIR already says that this is not going to work for the greenhouse gases. That's the way it is. Maybe we need to look at Mount San Jacinto, which I just got a tour of the other day. Do you know how many opportunities there are for our kids and for us to better ourselves? So I'm not in fear of change. The change I'm in fear of is going to be what we cannot undo. And San Jacinto already has 9 warehouses. Moreno Valley, it has 1 million square feet of warehouses planned. Now, you look at that valley and how it comes, the air comes in. I watch it every day. The smog comes in. It's the same thing that it was when I was a kid in the 60s and the 70s. You can't put it here against the mountain. We're all doomed if that goes in. And personally, I don't want to see it be what is in the beginning of Welcome to Hemet. Sorry, it doesn't work for me. And so.
Mayor, I think in our zeal to continue with the meeting, we have skipped a step. The applicant is entitled to a rebuttal time period following public comments before the council's vision. Because those are the rules of decorum of the city of Hemet.
It's up to the mayor.
So, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, City Attorney and Mayor Pearson. I had hoped for a rebuttal. Just for our team, it's 4 hours of listening. There are some inaccurate statements and data points. And as we've been transparent and such, I would like to call up my traffic expert, Megan, and she's going to speak to the number of truck trips so we get that accurate on the record before discussion. And then after Megan, I have a couple points that I'd like to broach that residents brought up for rebuttal. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Megan Macias. I'm with EPD Solutions. I think there's just 3 points I would like to clarify because I think there's some misunderstanding. One of them was on the slide that was in Jeremy's presentation. It referred to, I think, 2 trips, two trucks on certain roadways. And is that better? Yes. Okay. And so it referred to trucks on certain roadways. So the way we usually classify trips in the traffic study is we classify it as a vehicle trip or a truck trip, which would be a one-way trip. But then when people start talking about trucks, then that's really a two-way trip, right? A truck comes in and a truck goes, that same truck goes out. So to clarify, when Tom got up and said, well, there's going to be 2 trucks. And everyone said, how can there only be 2 trucks? It's referring to when you split the truck trips up to the various roadways and that truck goes in and it comes out. So you could actually think about it as 4 truck trips during the peak hour on those roadways, just because those truck trips get split up amongst various routes. Excuse me. So that's the first clarification. The other one I did want to mention is that there was a lot of comments asking for retail in place of this project. And retail generates a lot more traffic per acre than a warehouse would. And so if you're trying to compare traffic impacts and or air quality greenhouse gas impacts of the 2 projects, actually a retail project would generate at least 3 times the amount of traffic per acre as a warehouse. So it doesn't really get you out of having traffic or air quality impacts to replace this project with a retail center. It would actually be a lot more traffic impacts. And then, see, what was the last clarification I wanted to make? Okay, I think. I'm sorry? Oh, right, I'm sorry. The last thing I wanted to clarify from the slide that showed the truck trips, and then there was a note that said 40% reduction in truck trips. That actually is an erroneous statement. It's a 40% reduction in project acreage, but it really is about a 25% reduction in truck trips. So I think just, trying to get a lot of information into that presentation, that was inaccurate.
I have a question for her.
Thank you, Megan. Would you like to ask? I think, can we do live Q&A with the expert?
Yes, the council can ask the applicant questions if they'd like.
Yes, Megan. This is definitely your ballpark right here. On the trips, and you probably don't have it in front of you, but if anybody can pull it up for you, it's on page 1.
Is this of the traffic study?
127 of 604.
So that would be
It's table 3, change in project trip generation.
Oh, I do have that in front of me, actually.
Okay, very good. So you go down to the revised project and has the auto trips daily, truck trips daily, and total trips, and then the total PCE trips. So the passenger car equivalence, how do you figure passenger car equivalence to the trucks?
Do you have a table before that table that, at least in what I'm holding is a table 2, but it says revised project trip generation?
I've got it in front of me too.
Okay. So there's a PCE factor in that table.
Right.
And so various types of trucks, so for example, a 2-axle truck has a PCE factor, or a passenger car equivalent factor, of 1.5. So it means that it basically takes up 1.5 times the capacity of the roadway as a passenger car. Whereas, you know, a 4+ axle truck is considered to take up 3 times the capacity of a car.
It's referring to capacity on the road. It is not referring to GHG.
Correct.
Okay. So then going back to that, when I look at a table that goes across and it has peak hours and it has everything, I always assume that you have to add up to 100% and that all the numbers going across have your total on the other page, which it doesn't. So I guess, is that because of the PCE equivalency?
I guess I'm wondering which numbers in
Well, if you
particular
look
don't add up.
at, then going down to the next one, to table 3, where it has total auto trips of 1,549. And then in and out for the peak, and what is this per peak hour, or what are the peak hours?
So the peak hours are defined as the highest. Okay, so the AM peak period is 7 to 9 in the morning.
Right.
It's the highest hour within those 2 hours, right? So it's the highest hour between 7 and 9 a.m., and PM is the highest hour between 4 and 6 p.m. So you'll see there's an inbound number and an outbound number.
Right.
So the 13 plus 4 adds up to 17 total in the AM peak hour. And then in the PM, it's 6 plus 13, which we have a rounding error, as one does in some of these tables. And so it probably should be 19, but it may be that the 6 and 13 is actually something like 5.6 and, 12 point something. And so we wind up
Okay,
with
so
rounding.
then based on that, because we've had a lot of discussion tonight about how many trucks per hour, ranging from 2 to 500. And so how do we figure that out on this chart?
Okay, so let's look at the PM peak hour, where we have 18 truck trips during the PM peak hour. Those are one-way trips.
Okay.
Right, so a trip is a truck that drives out or a truck that drives in. And so if we're talking about truck trips, there are 18. If we're talking about just trucks, you could say there are 9, because that truck drives in and the same truck drives out. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because it's the same vehicle. So that's how this number can become something very small when you divide up the trucks amongst several different roadways and call it just a truck and not a truck trip.
Okay, then going to the auto trips, is that based on number of people or that will be employed, or where do you get those numbers from?
So the auto trips would mostly be employees, yes, but I mean, there could be visitors and anybody who visits the facility in an automobile.
Okay, alrighty, that explains that. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question, though, okay? So you said, like the 18 would actually be 9 trucks?
Yes.
Okay, so why are there odd numbers, like 335? Is that a half truck then?
So it's because the number is based upon a trip rate, which is a survey that's done at many warehouses throughout the United States. You wind up, when you look at the top, it's per 1,000 square feet, it generates 2.129 trips for every 1,000 square feet. So when you do the multiplication, you can wind up with an odd number. But also, because it's 335, it's an odd number. It could mean that a truck comes in, but it doesn't leave till the next day, because each trip is a one-way trip. It doesn't have to be a two-way trip.
Okay, but I was told these were short-haul drivers, that they should be staying here.
But the table and the data that it's based upon is aggregated from nationwide data and trip rates that are used
So
for these
basically,
projects.
none of these
right?
numbers apply to Hemet.
Basically.
No, that's not necessarily true, because there is local data that's used. There's what's the
So when I read this whole report, I thought this was for Hemet.
the data that is in the rates also comes from a local report that was done for the TUMF, which is, I don't know the exact number of warehouses, but it's several dozen warehouses in Southern California that were surveyed for that study. And so we do use that data. But the way that it is done for every project is that you have to use rates that are from a lot of different types of warehouses so that you come up with a rate that can be applied to this project.
So, excuse me, but that kind of makes no sense.
Okay. You want to try?
Okay, because I get hosed by these formulas and numbers every single project, the real answer is it's a formula, the 1.29 per 1,000 square feet. It is not based on this particular building. It's not based on June. It's not based on October. It's not seasonal. It's not year. It is a formulation that is stuck on us by CEQA. And CEQA is the one that's got the city of Hemet's back when it comes to formulation. It is then modified by the miles, the roadways, the determined percentages. It is a huge formula that is there to protect you guys' back in the environmental impact report so that it can be relied on in tonight's meeting and the last 8 months meeting. That is a something thousands of pages of document, and we are diving way into a chart about whether it's 9 trucks or 18 truck trips, one going one direction, one going the other direction, because it might have been the same truck that's leaving. The operations of this building, as I mentioned in our building tour for Kirby, trucks are bringing in product from the port. That will be a truck that comes in, and it'll come in before rush hour because they do not want to sit behind traffic at the high school. They will get there potentially early, and our site is open 24/7, so there's no idling on the streets, there's no parking off site. This project in the site plan has 185-foot truck courts. That means there's an extra row of parking on both sides of the building, and we allow the trucks to come in and let the guys stay on site in their sleeper trucks. The operations of that site have a no idling policy. It is per the conditions of approval from the city of Hemet that you guys put in there and required for us. We are trying to be good stewards. The traffic trips are required. We will probably not hit the numbers in there. We will be below it. But the EIR studies standardized Inland Empire warehouses. Correct? Correct. And those numbers are betrothed to us by people we don't control. That's CEQA. Hope that helps that.
Can I add one more thing? So the city has guidance on how we are to prepare this study. And the city's guidance tells us where we should get the trip rates. And those trip rates are reviewed and approved by your city engineer before we do anything. So this has all been done according to what the city's adopted policies are. There's nothing unusual in how this trip generation was determined. No? No other questions? Okay.
And for legal analysis,
I'll be very quick. The whole point of having a survey is you're collecting warehouse data from a variety of different warehouses that will have a variety of different roadways, different sizes, different operations. You want to aggregate all of that different data, and that's what's used to create these figures, this model that the city and every other city and every other jurisdiction requires us to use in calculating trip generation. They want it to be as varied and diverse as possible so that you're taking into account all possible scenarios, all possible circumstances from a trip generation standpoint that the warehouse might generate. So it's a conservative number. It's a number that takes facets of a warehouse that might have nothing to do with this site or any other site, but it aggregates them into a conservative number that says, hey, even under scenarios that wouldn't even apply to this, here's what it would be. It's not a liberal number. It's not one that's intended to skew numbers below. If anything, because it's a mandated figure, a mandated methodology that the city, that CEQA, that every other city requires, it's conservative in nature, and it captures greater than what, to Tom's point, the actual project in reality is going to generate. It's a model, and it's the standard in every other city.
Okay, I'm going to run through the rest then, without any more experts. Well, I love Megan. She's awesome. I would like to first suggest that in this passionate meeting, you guys got to witness your constituents in their bravest moments. Somebody like me does public speaking for a living, and I would like to commend your residents for standing up here, whether it was 38 seconds or 3 minutes or 9 minutes. It is a very brave thing to do, public speaking, and you guys have a force of people in your community that are willing to speak up for themselves. So I just wanted to say it takes guts, and just kudos to you guys. For the rebuttals, the esteemed gentleman in the gray and maroon stripes, David, I believe his name is, asked about the customers for our building. The customers are the Walmarts and Costco's and Targets of the world. Anybody that needs third-party logistics. The roster for Kirby and Simpson is probably more a trade secret, and what we do know is for 4 million square feet, Rialto Distribution has those clients, and so those are the typical clients that you will see in these two locations. They asked about the 40% reduction. That quote is through the acreage. It is just a straight, we took away 40% of our project, and we are now on the smaller portion. The gentleman said there was no way to deny other projects, and that is false. This city council has already denied all further projects with their moratorium. They've done it for 1 year, and it is very likely that the city, in their analysis of Kirby and what I hope is Simpson, the city is currently in a warehouse moratorium and can extend that for 1 more year based on how Kirby performs. So the residents' idea of waiting to see how these two warehouses perform, in addition to the other one across from Sanderson, you have 3 live warehouses, if you were so kind to approve Simpson. Those would give you time through the moratorium period to watch Kirby grow, to watch the jobs. The next part about the jobs, I misspoke because I was asked how many people have been hired for the Kirby project. And as we know from the agency delays, that warehouse isn't open yet. The answer is that when fully employed within 2 calendar years, Kirby will have 800 jobs. It's the same as it was at Planning Commission 3 years ago, same as City Council. So we are looking at 800 full-time jobs at Kirby.
Quick question. Someone also had mentioned that if you're if you're going to prioritize Hemet or the Valley, San Jacinto and Hemet, if somebody comes from another city, Temecula, wherever, and they have more knowledge in what you're hiring for, would you push the Valley person out and bring in the Temecula person?
I will tell you what we can and cannot do to that. Legally, we are not asking where you're from, what your background is, and we equal employment opportunities. So for the same respect that Hemet residents leave Hemet and are able to get jobs in other cities, we would not restrict to just Hemet. However, on the side of hiring local, because that's what you're after, that job fair is us putting our money where our mouth is and our hiring policies where our statements are. Y'all have 800 residents hungry for jobs. We want them in our buildings. The stories and the testimonies you heard tonight are people we want working in our warehouses so that they don't leave. We want long-term employees. We don't want to keep retraining. We want to hire from within. These stories that you're hearing from Rialto Distribution in Rialto, we want those stories here in Hemet, and that only happens with Hemet residents. And the next part of that is, in the conditions of approval, we have put another job fair together for the Simpson project in 1 calendar year if we're such approved. So we will be hiring locally.
And that one's going to consist of 1,200 jobs, or how many jobs is?
So 800 jobs at Kirby, 800 jobs at Simpson. That puts us at 1,600 jobs locally, which would make us the #1 private employer in Hemet by the year 2030, with 1,600 total jobs.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 800 jobs. Is that 800 full-time equivalent jobs?
So I knew you were going to ask. And so when the presentation was put up there, it is 800 full-time jobs, and then you add 200 seasonal and another 150 part-time. So it's technically actually like 1,100 jobs in September, October, November.
Okay, so the 800 jobs.
It'll be humming.
That would be 800 people.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Why?
Because it mentions full-time equivalent, which is like one person works 20 hours and another person works 20 hours, and that's one job.
This is where I get, what are you doing here?
Because that's important, because
Okay.
because if you hire people.
So this is the formula again, and I'm so sorry, because if somebody needs flexible hours and is working 20 hours and another person needs flexible hours for 20 more hours, that is a really great benefit to those two individuals, even though we only count them as one job.
But do they get full benefits though? Then most of the time they don't.
But I don't want to talk myself out of this.
Yeah.
Okay. The report, the actual economic benefits analysis, 806 direct jobs, people that will be working there, 244 indirect jobs. That's the amount of people it takes to support one of these facilities running in that direction. 203 induced jobs. So when I speak to only 806 jobs, I am telling you guys only about what our team can control. And if you have 1,600 part-time employees on that job doing 20 hours a week, we have grossly failed on our business model. We need full-time employees on those sites working every day. That's how you're efficient.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, just so I got this right. 806 employees. Thank you. Are they full-time with benefits? That's
Yes.
bottom line. Or they're going to be,
It is
half of those going to be part-time, and why the other half is part-time? I'm just trying to understand.
I could bring up Rialto Distribution if he's still here. Is Gus?
No.
Is Gus still here?
No, he left. So,
Okay. To the council, I know there's 806 jobs here. I don't know what ratio of those are full-time versus part-time, but I do know that it is 806 jobs worth of hours. And if there are 1,000 people blessed with jobs instead of 806, I hear you guys, but that's also why we need Simpson, is because you guys are asking for jobs. We are here to provide jobs. And your answer doubles if I can get Simpson into production and we fill it with jobs. I have some other rebuttals on jobs, if I could run through them. You guys talked about robotics. The quick business model of this is that our warehouse takes product off of the ports. There is a container that comes off of the ports with boxes and boxes and boxes of large shirts, and that has to be broken down by a human. That is not going to be taken over by robotics, and that is why Rialto Distribution came up and said that they have 4 million square feet of existing warehouses, and there are no robotics. They are taking those, they are unpackaging them, and they're putting them onto smaller, different pallets, very labor intensive. They are also taking shirts and apparel out of boxes and putting on hangers. Again, it's not something that's being replaced by the robotics that are currently moving pallet from one location to the other. Prioritize this. Tump construction, robotics, jobs. I wanted to mention something, and for all the positives tonight, there was a moment when I stated that Rialto Distribution was here for your labor staff and your residents, and the demeaning laughter of this crowd was insulting to the neighbors. And I was a little heartbroken to know that we have your residents here in the staff, in the chambers, and you have one side laughing about your labor. It was insulting, and I felt it. So there's that. Home values, Pulte Homes has written you guys a letter in support of the project because they understand that to have jobs at the city that you live in, that's how you go and buy a home. In addition to home values, we put a chart the last time. Hemet of the industrialized cities in the Inland Empire, Riverside County, is towards the bottom of the list because of the lack of development. So it has been proven in other cities in Riverside County that it is actually the opposite, is when you come in with some warehouses and some development, the house prices are actually lifting the median home price. The last thing, Tump construction of the bridge. And there's statistics on this because the bridge is going to be, here we go, $14.954 million funding going to Warren Road expansion from Esplanade to Domingo, $2.687 million for bridge widening on Warren south of Stetson and north of Mustang, $4.176 million for Warren and Dominigoni Bridge. So as we come in with our $12 million worth of infrastructure, Riverside County and the TUMP program is going to be planning and building another $21 million. That's in the TUMP program already stated. The last piece that I'd like to do a rebuttal for, and then I will turn it back over to questions or closure, which would be, Gene mentioned no on warehouses and yes on manufacturing. And then 10 speakers later, we heard yes on data centers. Data centers and manufacturing are both built with the exact same construction materials. Tilt, construction, and by the way, manufacturing is taller than our building, and data center is going to take all your power. And it is very, very intensive. No jobs, though. So I thought I would close with that. The residents, I hear you. The other residents, I hear you. And if you're yes on manufacturing and yes on data centers, it kind of means you're on yes on tilt construction. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Mayor, it'd be appropriate if you had any questions for the applicant before we return it to the council for discussion.
Nope.
Thank you.
Mayor, I did just want to add one item. The applicant mentioned that the numbers used in the traffic impact analysis are there to protect the city. That is correct. The city council adopted the traffic impact analysis guidelines in 2020. It's actually the same guidelines that are used in the entire Riverside County. If you go to the city's website under traffic, the document's right there. They use a formula that's from the Institute of Traffic Engineers. I think it's the 10th edition. And what it is it's per 1,000 square feet, and then you put the use in, right? So residential, warehouse, retail, whatever, and it generates the total number of expected trips. So that is a way to keep the applicant and have a objective baseline for the predicted traffic. We don't usually ask the applicants how many trips they expect to generate because, as you can imagine, they'd probably estimate low, whereas this gives us probably a very conservative and a higher number to estimate those impacts. So I know it can be confusing. I know getting down into the tables can be rough, but I did want to make sure the record was clear that they used the numbers that we told them to use when they generated those models.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark, do you have more comments?
Oh, yes. First of all, Wentworth is your national tube supply. That is an owner manufacturing of pipes. JD Fields is also a pipe manufacturing and will send out. So these are owner operators. They're not warehouses in the sense we have nothing going in other than moving goods to and from. There's skilled labor in there. And finally, it isn't a 40% reduction, and I was going to point that out because we could not get over the overriding considerations, and then it only came out once we dropped down to that one warehouse. It was only 27% change in reduction of gas, green gas. Now, if it had been 50 or 60 or even 70, I would have been okay. But we're talking 27%. And believe me, I went to the Air Quality Board and I do my due diligence. I said I don't meet with folks that are for or against because I'm here to make the best decision for the city of Hemet by what the residents tell me and what the documentation is for the air, the water, and anything that's health and safety. So that's my 2 cents. I appreciate, but I still have the same feeling, and it's not warm and fuzzy.
Councilmember Lodge, anything? Councilmember Mills?
Sure. Here we go. First of all, I just want to let everyone know that that brought my congressional run to the podium in my District 4, that you're in my district. That's great, and I appreciate you. But I do not vote or legislate on people that tell me that they're not going to vote for me. And this has happened to me. Emailed me, I won't vote for you if you vote yes. And I don't care what about anything about that. I vote on what I feel from the heart and what I read and what I feel. We laughing again? You guys have a good. You guys like to do that. Laugh at.
Representing the people in your district?
I'm representing. Yes. But you're not,
Mayor.
just because you're here now, there's other people that I've spoke with, other people that it emailed that couldn't be here because they work. You're all retired, and that's great. I'm retired. Or the majority of you are retired. The majority of you are retired,
Mayor,
and that's
I recommend that
understandable.
we discourage the
But
back and
I'm
forth
just
with
going
the
to let
audience.
you know that I vote my heart. That's all. And people that need jobs in warehouses. I grew up in a warehouse, working in warehouses, so I know. I want to start by recognizing the community's concerns. We've all received the emails and heard the feedback, but I also have to weigh property rights, physical responsibility, and the future of Hemet. The developer owns the land. They followed the legal process, gone through environmental reviews, and significantly revised this project based on input from this council and the public. They downsized the square footage, reduced emissions, improved the view shed, and added meaningful community benefits, including road repairs, a new trail, public art, and a job fair targeting Hemet residents. Most importantly, this project brings long-term revenue to the city. We can't rely on state and federal grants like we have been. And more than, with this warehouse and the other one, more than 1,600 jobs that can help support Hemet families. This isn't speculative. This isn't a speculative warehouse anymore. We know the tenant is Rialto Pacific, serving major retailers like Costco, Target, and Walmart, and they're not reselling goods, they're managing and processing them. That's logistics service, not just storage. For me, this project checks the boxes. Property rights respected, environmental concerns addressed, public benefits secured, and local revenue generated. And I will not be pressured into voting no or yes, but my vote will be for a yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa.
Okay. I definitely appreciate the extra work that the developers put into changing and reducing the size of this project. Since many people got up and said, I have lived in this community for 6 months, I have lived in this community for 10 years and whatever. Okay, I've lived in this community for 49 years. So I've seen a heck of a lot of changes, and I've also been part of the audience when new development came to town, and there were some people who were for them and some who were against them. I remember when when the Super Walmart was going to come in, there was a huge outcry. We don't want anything like that in our community. Well, guess what? Probably most of you shop there. Same thing with Target. These are projects that you have to have because they create jobs. However, you have to have other jobs to support the community. You have to have the jobs, then you have the rooftops, then you have retail, then you have good shopping, and it always goes in that flow. One of the things that I really appreciated when this came back on the agenda was we got the emails from Solera, and they're appreciated. They're all in my file. But I also was receiving other emails from people in Solera who are in favor of this project. People who live in other areas of the town who are in favor of this project. Younger people who are raising families, who are driving 2, 3, and 4 hours a day on $20 an hour jobs. They would like to ride their bicycle to work. They would like to not spend $50 to $150 a week on gas to go. They would like to use that money to shop in the community they live in. So there's a trade-off on this, and it's a tough one. We sit up here and we take the slings and arrows from all of you, and we make the decision. I was also on the General Plan Advisory Committee back in 2008 to 2010 that created the general plan. We were looking forward. That whole area on the west side of town wasn't even in the city limits when we started excuse me, started that project. And then we annexed 1,000 acres over there. That 1,000 acres was planned to be industrial, business park, commercial, and retail, plus residential. So it was a big picture. We just hadn't looked at where things were going to go. Well, now we are. And I drive out there all the time. I drive the Dominagoni, I drive Simpson Road, I drive Warren Road. If we could take the S-curve out of Warren Road, we would, because for 100 years it was a straight road until the rains washed it out and the fairy shrimp were discovered, and now there's a curve in there. So there's a lot of things, there's a lot of changes. That is not designated as a local street in our general plan. It's a regional arterial, which means it was supposed to be 6 lanes so that it would carry the type of traffic volume that we have with the 1,500 homes or the 2,000 homes or 15,000 homes that have come to this valley in the last 30, 40 years. It's all in the planning and it's all in looking. But number one, we need jobs in this community. When Forest River came here a few years ago, it had been a vacant building for a long time because Skyline used to be the major employer in this valley. Forest River came in and people up in arms. We don't want manufacturing in that location. Well, it's right downtown, basically. It's on Palm and Acacia. Next to a senior community, it employed 400 people. That company left last year and moved out of state because of the state of California. We also lost another major employer, and we lost Hilton. We've lost a lot, not because of the community, but because of state regulations. Nobody is coming here until we start moving it ourselves, and quite frankly, the only people that are coming in here now has been the 2 warehouses or 3 warehouses. They're job creation. They're good. They will stimulate everything else that we want. So that is my summation. When a motion is made, I will tell you how I'm going to vote.
Okay. So when we looked at this the last time, I hesitated on bringing it back. And I said there's a lot of pros and a lot of cons to this whole project. And I still agree with that. And to the laborers out there, it was said something about all jobs are important. And I have always thought that. I appreciate everybody, no matter what they do, because we need a person to do all kinds of jobs. I can tell you that when my husband was still here, he wasn't a handyman, and he said, well, let's call somebody to do it. They need a job too. And that's the way I've always lived my life. You know, so I appreciate all of the hardworking people out there. Every day I appreciate, no matter what your job is, you have a purpose in your life, in my life, and in the economy of the U.S. So I appreciate everybody in that. And I also feel for the families that don't get to spend a lot of time with their families. I know you commute long drives and, you know, you spend the gas and everything. And it was said, well, you chose this job. You know, and a lot of it I know is based on education. You know, and one of the things that they say about Hemet is the reason, like, a lot of our people commute, not just laborers, it's the professional people, because we don't have professional jobs here. We need more education, we need more health care. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for something that will bring and keep people in the city and bring up the image of our city, and you know, let the economy thrive, and let people live in the city and work in the city. That's what we're after. I don't like the pollution aspect either, and I can tell you a story. Like earlier this year when the LA fires were going on, I was going to the San Bernardino area, and I was going to stay overnight in there. And that's when all the smoke was coming over on the west side of the San Bernardino area up there. And all I could see was smoke. And I was there overnight, and it was like really bad that night. And in the morning I got up, it was much better. But you know what? I came down Lambs Canyon. Guess what? You could see it hanging over Hemet. And Councilmember Clark said before, we live in a bowl. We do live in a bowl. You know, we live in a beautiful bowl. But I mean, I was shocked. I mean, I woke up that morning and I was driving home and I was like, wow, you know, it really cleared up. And I came down Lambs Canyon and I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, you know. So that is a factor, a big factor for me. I'm really worried about the roads. I really am worried about our streets and our roads. The builder is offering 1,000 linear feet in 2 areas. Do you know that's less than 0.4 miles? That's nothing. That's nothing, you know? It's like, you know, I wanted to see some ongoing contribution or maintenance to this, because I know the trucks are going to be very bad for our roads. And that's really a big thing for me. So, you know, and the traffic is going to be bad, I think, you know. And it's said that they're going to be short-haul drivers, they won't be parking on our streets, but you can't trust that, I don't feel. You know, so there's too many unknown factors for me. So that's my 2 cents worth. Any other comments or questions?
I'd like to make a motion.
I'd like to second your motion.
Okay. Well,
You
I haven't
go-
said
you
my
go- well,
motion.
you said motion.
I move to adopt a resolution certifying the final EIR, adopt a statement of overriding conditions and the findings of fact, and approve GPA 22-003, CUP 22-006, TPM 38-800, and the building height exception for the Newland Simpson project, subject to the conditions of approval presented in the staff report.
I will second that motion.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Mails, a second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark?
No.
Councilmember Lodge?
No.
Councilmember Mails?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
No.
Motion fails 2-3 with Councilmembers Clark, Lodge, and Mayor Peterson voting no.
We will now move on
Mayor?
to the consent call. Yes, sir.
So that motion failed, so we do still need a motion to move forward. So you do have alternative motions in the agenda,
Okay.
if you'd like.
You need a motion to
Go
deny
forward.
the certification of the EIR? Is that what you're looking for?
If the intent of the council is to deny the project, then I'd recommend
Okay.
option number 2 on your agenda, which
So
is,
I move to adopt a resolution to deny certification of the FEIR and denial of GPA 22003, CUP 22006, TPM 38800, VAR 24003, and the requested building height exception as presented to the City Council.
I will second that.
City Clerk, may we have roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember Lodge. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Mails?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa?
No.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 3-2 with Councilmembers Mails and Mayor Pro Tem Krupa voting no.
Now we will move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
No, I'm good.
No, I'm good.
Okay, I want to pull one. I would like to pull 14B. Can I have a motion to approve the items, the remaining items?
And Mayor, did you need to recuse yourself on 14A? Is that a Heartland?
Say that again?
Is 14A is related to Heartland? Do you need to
Yes,
recuse?
I'm recusing myself from 14. I'm sorry, yes. I missed that. It's late.
I put forward a motion that we accept the resolutions.
To approve the other
to approve
items?
All except for what you want to pull.
14B.
Okay.
I can't hear it. If I may, can the audience just simmer down a little bit? We're trying to conduct the business of the city council. Thank you.
Resolution, a resolution that we approve everything but 14B, and we'll pull that for comment.
Motion by Lodge.
I second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Clark, to approve the consent calendar with the recusal of Mayor for item 14A for the Heartland item. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. And then also to state in that motion with the removal of item 14B for separate consideration.
Right.
Moving on to 14B.
Okay, I pulled 14B because there was a little discrepancy in the resolution for the amount of the contract. So in one place it says $114 for 2 years through fiscal year 26-27, and then another place it says for each year. So we are going to clean that up and rewrite that. And there was just another little grammar correction on that was incidental. So we are going to correct that to read correctly, and with that, I would approve it.
And just for clarification, the follow-up related to the $114,000 is that should be per fiscal year, and we're going to remove the reference to aggregate.
Thank you, City Manager. I move to approve 14B.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion by Mayor Peterson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Krupa. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 for 14B.
And with that, we will move to adjourn the meeting. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next City Council meeting on August 12th, 2025. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
I'm back on the shit list. Huh?